Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Oh, hold on. There you go. Hi. Hello. Hello. It's so nice to see you all. Congratulations to Tommy for getting first. So you waited a long time for that. I'm sorry I'm so late, everyone. I had a bit of a cereal mishap. I don't know. I opened the pantry and I saw Frosted Flakes, the kind with strawberries in them, and I was like, "Ooh, that sounds so good." And so I put my little bowl of Frosted Flakes, and then I put chia seeds in the bowl of Frosted Flakes. But the chia seed bag that I got was from Costco, so it was a really, really, really big bag. And I did not pour it correctly. It came out a little too fast, and chia seeds went all over my kitchen floor. And they're really tiny, so it took a while to sweep them up. But then also, aside from them going all over my floor, they were everywhere in my bowl. And I don't know if you've ever had chia seeds, but they when they're wet, they like I don't know, they absorb a lot. And so and so my bowl of Frosted Flakes was like 90% chia seeds, and they just kept getting bigger and bigger, and it was so thick like oatmeal, but it was the last little bit of my cereal. And so I didn't want to throw it away cuz I didn't have any other cereal left. So I was like, "Okay, I'm going to eat it." And I don't know. I don't know. I think I ate like a third of it, and then I was like, "Okay, okay, I have to throw this away because this is just kind of getting gross." Like, it was so thick. It was so thick and it didn't really taste that good. But, at least I got my fiber intake for today. Done by your own hubris. Hey! I don't think it was hubris. I just wanted a little chia treat, and then it was too much. So that's how my morning's been so far. How's your morning been so far? Chia seeds with a hint of cereal? No, that's literally how it was. I just gave up. I mean, it was the kind of cereal that has like dried strawberries in it. So I made sure to eat all the strawberry pieces, but the rest is in my trash. Yeah, hi everyone. Hi Ryan. Hi Awa. Hi Mixo. Hi Georgie. Hi Oza. Oza. Oza's gonna strangle me. I'm not locked in. Hi Kyrie. Hi Azu. Hi Fire. Oh, hi Fire. First time chat. Wowee. Hi Az. I hope you all are doing well. Are you ready? Are you ready for a Mori? Are you ready for a Mori? The last time I played, it was a little mm, intense. Maybe is not the right word. Scary maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We were just walking around, and then we were hearing whispers about the truth and how Mari and Basil know the truth, and we're repeating things, and mm, it did not seem like an ideal situation to be in. But I guess we gotta see what that's all about. Picks all of them up with tweezers. Wait, that's the same vibe as like mowing your lawn with scissors. Just like snip, 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 snip. Think you are supposed to consume a bunch of chia seeds because it can clog your stomach? Oh. What's the limit of chia seeds that you can have? I did have a lot, but like I said, I threw most of it away. Meow. I would never. Oh, okay. You just gonna rage out in silence, huh? I miss Pluto and Grandpa. Oh, Pluto's still in the game. It seems like he had a fatherly bond with Kel the last time we talked to him, cause we got beat up by Mr. Jossum, and then Pluto showed up. I think that's the last we saw of him. So he's fine. I don't know what you're on about. Grandpa is dead, but that it happens. It happens. Two teaspoons. um, I hope you mean tablespoons. I think I had way more than 2 teaspoons. Because I think a teaspoon is like the size of the spoon you use for cereal. And I probably had like 9 bites. Maybe. Maybe less. Maybe more. I don't know. How many bites are in a bowl of cereal? I've never counted before. But I'd have to imagine it's like 20 to 30. So I probably had like 8. I don't know. Anyways, you guys want to
Ahem,
see?
Buck.
Why do you keep doing that? What is buck? What is buck? Do you want $1? Is this your way of asking for $1? you just you just stand on your little step stool and you say ahem, buck. Maybe I should try doing that. Ahem, boba tea. Ahem, ahem, boba tea. I don't think it works. I don't think it works. I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. The chia seeds are still growing. Did you guys ever have a chia pet growing up? I think. I want to say. Me and my sister both got one for Christmas one year, and it was like the dog one. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember it being around for very long, so maybe we forgot to water it or something. Aw, man. My stream is optimized for rectangle games. This game is a square. Look, you look goofy. Chat, you look a little too small. Guess you can be centered. Does that look centered? $15,000. Oh, it's kind of a nice manifestation technique, huh? Okay, Eggman, you can stop running. I get rid of the watermark. Pesty's gonna explode. Yeah, that's kind of real. That might be kind of real. I don't know. If you don't hear from me, it's either because I'm sleeping and I'm late, regular style, or it's because I exploded. Either one. Wait, sorry, my audio mixer is a little funny. Let me get rid of some things. Yo! Hero! Oh, just hero for today? No hero boom? No hero hom? No hero tired? Just hero, huh? Okay, can you hear this game? I do not think this game is being heard. Desktop audio. Get out of here. I'm tired. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Did you stay up too late? Did you stay up too late playing Slay the Spire 2? We've all been there. Waiting for the big pop in the background. Do you think if people explode they go pop? I was thinking it'd be more like a boom. But pop's kinda cute. Okay, we're loading. Is this volume good? Okay. Whoa. I'm pretty sure where we are. Whoa. You guys see that? I was like flashing. Maybe. Wait, hold on. Maybe this isn't the right thing. Okay. What is? Okay, there we go. I think I was not on DocsU. I think I was on Game Capture. And Game Capture does not work nicely for a Mori. Okay, so anyway, last time. Wow, that is quite loud, huh? Last time we figured out that the last letter that I needed is S for the Hangman thing. And the S is within a live shell. And we were we were told maybe perhaps that was at the underwater highway. But I figured that progresses the story. So I was just running around completing side quests that I had forgotten about. So we don't get locked out of them. I need Mari. I need Mari to tell me what I forgot to do. I am thinking about Slay the Spire too. Sure. Wow. Wowie, what a good one. To pop or boom? Tag yourself. Are you more of a pop or more of a boom? Okay. Not a lot of incomplete stuff. We're still missing Kel's pet rock Hector. I have literally no idea where the pet rock is. But, you know, surely he'll turn up. We have to find an exciting library book for Demi. I was in a library before, but I don't know if it's somewhere I can go back to. I felt like a weird dream sequence. I have to deliver a package to Brother Mole in the Sprout Mole Colony. And then I also have to find ghosts to go to a party. And I have found 0 ghosts. No letters missing anymore, right? No, were you listening? Were you listening to my recap? I feel like you weren't. But we're missing the one in the highway. We're missing the S. Yeah. Was I not just at the Sprout Mole Colony? Is this not the Sprout Mole Colony? I didn't see a Brotherly Mole. I was in a 4-minute ad. Wait, really? My pre-roll ads should be off. They should be off for 42 minutes. I guess Twitch just hates you. Hector final boss after the betrayal of never being found? No. Surely I'll find him. Okay, this is the mole colony, isn't it? How do I open my map? Where's my daughter dot Dodie? Look. She's right here. She's doing pretty swell. See, look at her little eggplant emoji. Pretty cute, huh? Is this unlucky? Oh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Tuck, oh my goodness, are you going to bed? Good night, Tommy. I hope you sleep so well. Brotherly Mole. There's another Sprout Mole area, but I'm pretty sure this one is the colony, maybe? Where's little brother at? Guess I have exams tomorrow. Oh. Good luck on your exams. Here, I'll tuck you into. I hope they go so incredibly well. Okay, I don't think any of these are brotherly. Those are chefs. A humunga lunga rock is in your way. Hector? It's Kel's pet rock, Hector, you know? And surely the bond between a pet and a fella is strong enough to where he would not just sit in the way. these are brothers. Maybe this isn't the Sprout Mole colony. It's looking a bit like a colony, though. Maybe the other Sprout Mole area was the actual colony. I wish I could see the map. What is this labeled as? Guess it's not labeled. I need a little zesty bird to tell me what direction things are. Man, the word Humungalunga is so awesome. If that was a 5-letter word, I would use it for Wordle. Bam, 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 bam. Wow, picking up speed. Oh, cutesy. Okay. I like this song, but it's so bad. I don't know. Okay, what is this? Is this the playground? Oh, this is the beach. Okay. It's definitely not the Sprout Mole colony. Did you know Omori means big forest in Japan? Really? I did not know that. I know there is like a piano. There's a piano that was labeled Omori. Like in the game. Which I thought was very interesting. Like did this fella name himself after a piano? I don't know. That's cute. Wait, is this Hector? Oh, a regular rock. Darn it. Thought I found a cool rock. This is a pretty big forest. Big forest, no Hector. Did you know? Oh my goodness. Listening? Listening, perceiving, ready to absorb knowledge? 3 out of 4 rocks. Recommend you push them. Like Undertale? Thank you, Mixo. This has truly been insightful. How do I look at my map? Oh, W for map. Okay, I was in Sprout Mole Town. Maybe the colony is low-key in the other world. I feel like I remember it kind of early on. And the other world was pretty early on. I think that's like the first area I went to. Surely there's some Sprout Moles up here. Oh. Fancy. Maybe I should have just found Pluto. This is a bit of a long check. Oh my god! A Sprout Mole? Okay, okay. This has gotta be right. Cheap. Otherworld campsite. Cheap, cheap. Cattail field. Oh. None of those say Sprout Moles. Let's try north. This way? Okay. Oh. Maybe don't come over here. Terrifying. Oh. didn't really mean to do that, but you know, I'm sure the Bunny Quest guy will appreciate it. Wow. 24 clams. Let's go. Oh, okay, that's not right. Are you Hector? Guess not. I'm afraid I'm gonna like accidentally end the game without even finding Hector. A cool duffel bag. It is pretty cool. Oh wow. This guy's face is reminiscent of a sock monkey. That's kind of lovely. That's kind of lovely. Yo, where are my little moles at, Fo, today? Lake, campsite, junkyard. None of those are moles. Hi, chat. How are you? Hi, Apex. I'm doing pretty good. I mean, I'm not chat. Maybe that was rude of me to answer. But anyway, how are you? I'm small. The world's smallest centaur. Look at all my awards. Oh, they are looking. They are looking. I wonder why a centaur lives in a dragon-shaped house. Kinda cool. Oh, I have stuff to recycle. Slay! I'm honorary chat. Yeah! Let's go! I love being honorary chat. I don't know. I love being honorary anything. I don't really care what the title is. I just... something about being honorary that really tickles my fancy. My goodness. Recycling is hard work. Thank goodness I'm getting paid. Man, I have a whole pile of, like, cardboard that I need to recycle, but... oh, man. I've been so lazy. But now it's to the point where there's, like, too much, and I'm kind of, like, stacking it precariously. And now it's like, well, when I do go down to the recycling bin, it's gonna be even worse. My life is so hard. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for the clams. Yo. I heard that the captain of the space pirates dropped off the face of Otherworld. The space pirates must be in a panic again. There's always something new with them, isn't there? Oh, that kind of sucks. Man, I really like this little guy. That might be the best NPC I've seen. I guess I'd have to see like a list of all of them to really truly compare. But I don't know. I think it'd be hard to beat Laramie. Space Pirates is Space Boyfriend there? I think so. Last I heard he was with the pirates. But I guess I don't know exactly what he's up to. I love Big Sleepy Blue Dragon. Would you live in Big Sleepy Blue Dragon house? 12 clams. Where are my moles at? I think there's also like a snow cone machine around here. I don't remember exactly where. But these children need snow cones, I think. But this way. What are you? I would love to. That's so cute. Wait. Door locked. It's kind of messed up. Just like Undertale. Okay. Okay. Wait, there's a ladder. Is this the colony I've been looking for? Oh my god. What is your deal? Oh, a construction mole. This is prime real estate. Wow. Truly, I can tell. Okay. Are you brotherly? Oh no, you're big molio. Bless you. Yo, free blessings? Sheesh. My friends are slowly returning. Well, at least most of them. That's pretty good. I think I helped with that. Most horse, first place. New colony mole. I don't know how I feel about having a roommate. I hope they will wash my dishes for me. I don't know how I feel about having a roommate. I hope they will buy groceries for me. These sprout moles are highly intelligent creatures. Trade offer. You buy me groceries and I do your dishes. I think that's a good arrangement. I figured I know the brother when I see him, but maybe I have to talk to everyone. This sprout mole is super glued to the wall. Oh, okay. This must be it. Huh? What's that? You have a package for me. You gave the care package to Brother Mole. Hey, this is from my brother. Wow, there's 99 tofu in here. This is the best gift ever. He knows me so well. Thanks for the delivery. You know, I'm saving this for a rainy day. But now that I have my care package, I won't need it anymore. You got Life Jam, yippee! Slurp. Tofu. So good. Why did it crunch? Okay. Anyway, I guess that's not really my business, huh? Get me out of here. I would die for tofu? Really? I feel like it... What? Turn it. I feel like it's fine. I don't know. I've only had tofu in soup. But maybe it's even better if it's like fried or something. I don't know if it's worth dying for though. Notice how I'm alive. Oh wow, I'm noticing. I'm noticing and I'm so happy. W passed to her hero. Oh, W passed to hero. I see. I'm gonna break my keyboard. Oh. Are some of your keys not working? That is always very sad. Okay. So I think I'd have to check with Mari, but I'm pretty sure the only things that I have incomplete is finding Hector and finding a book. I think that's all. And I don't really have any leads for those, so maybe we just go and find the S. Look, now it's functioning fine, but whenever I'm trying a funny bit... What's... Heartbroken emoji. What if that adds to the bit? Oh, there's also the ghost party. I really have not seen any. I really have not seen a single ghost. That's okay. Strikes a pose sadly? What pose? What pose are you striking? I hope you're voguing. Voguing at like 0.5 speed. Greetings and welcome to Pluto Spaceline. Where will your journey take you today? Oops, sorry, I did not mean to do that. I've not done anything with the Orange Oasis. I'm curious about that. But I don't even know where the... Is a highlight in the well? I think it is. Truly a Vogue pose. Sub to my Patreon for early Vogue leaks. Is that even how you spell Vogue? Wow, I'm subbing to your Patreon right now. Don't even worry. Gulahaha. All right. Ah. We're looking for a live shell. I can't really recall any shells that I've seen, live or otherwise. Probably not in this construction area, though. Vogue! One of my friends always vogues. I think it's quite funny. Hello, airlines. Is it better than Southwest? I don't know. I think it really depends on if you get snacks or not. Snacks are quite important. You know when a princess is so sad she runs outside and like throws herself on the edge of a well or something and cries? That's a good pose, I feel like. Oh, that is a good pose. But I think it's pretty dependent on having a well. I guess you could do it on like a fireplace. But like if I were to strike that pose right now, I don't know. I don't know what I'd be draped upon. I don't think I have anything that quite fits the mood. I don't know. I feel like if you do it on like a chair or a table, it doesn't hit the same. I need a well so bad. You do. You do. I think that's how you should get your water from. Like instead of a septic tank or like public water lines, I think you should I think you should just have a well and then every morning you can like draw up water for yourself. And it would suck really bad, but like the vibes would be good. And I think that's worth it. Where am I, little shell? Oh wait, I missed a clam. Oh yeah. This is just like going on a walk and finding a penny on the ground. Do you guys know they're getting rid of pennies? I think I told you before, but that's kind of wacky. Kind of wacky. I like pennies. A bit shellless. Maybe if I take the taxi, it'll be better. I used to want a tattoo of a well. But I think that's kind of corny and also too big for a first tattoo. You think that's corny? I've never seen a tattoo of a well before. I think that would be really pretty. Like a little brick well. I don't know. I really like that. But yeah, I guess if you don't want a big one for your first one, that's understandable. But I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Where would you put it? I think that'd be a nice thigh tattoo. Maybe it's like around the resort. Who are you? Hey, it's you again. You're the one who gave us the blackmail for Rosa. What do you want now? Shady mole. Up to no good again, I presume. Casper, you misunderstand me, child. If anything, I am more of a good Samaritan type character. I don't know about that. Here, I'll even prove it to you. Would a shady mole tell you incredibly helpful and vital information that could change your life? I think not. Okay, we're listening. Glad I got your attention. Now, word around here is that clams will soon be obsolete, replaced by a new and better currency called Clems. Oh my god, is this guy a crypto scammer? According to my trustworthy sources, this change can potentially happen at any time and will render all of your clams completely worthless. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Well, yeah, that would really suck, right? But here's the kicker. Since I heard about this, I've been secretly stocking up on the new and valuable currency called Clems. Being the good Samaritan that I am, I would gladly trade them all to you in exchange for your clams. Wow, really? You do that for us? Kel, don't listen to him. This is beyond shady. This is criminal. But Aubrey, didn't you hear? They're about to replace all clams with Clems. What are we gonna do when we have no money? What do you think, Omori? Should we exchange all of our clams for Clems? I think I would if I was low-key broke, but I think I have so many clams that I really don't want to risk it. And, you know, if I lose all of my money, I can just go to the casino to make more. But what if it would be funny? What if it would be funny to have Clems? A tough one. I think it's just the reason. There's a quote from a book I liked where a writer described his mind as a well of dreams. And young Mew is like, OMG, I also write. And my mind is like that. But today I'm like, ugh. That's understandable. That's understandable. I don't know. I feel like that's even more beautiful because it's like, oh, it's connecting you to your younger self too. I get you though. I only have one tattoo, but it's a moon with mountains and stars, and it's not from a book, but it is definitely heavily inspired off of a book that I liked when I was in high school. And now when I reread that book, I'm like, wow. This was like low-key not cooking. I don't know. Like I still appreciate the book for what it is, but it's like a very young adult, like, I don't know. Like everybody is so beautiful and perfect, and like the main character is so overpowered, and it's like oof, oof. But I think it's still beautiful because it's like, ah, little Frosty, little Frosty liked this thing, and now I have something to remember her by. Kimbo, oh shit! Rose gambling one. Oh my goodness. Don't spend it all in one place. Should I exchange my clams for Clems? I think this is a bad idea, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, that would be so funny. And look at Kel's big stupid smile. I guess I'll help this little scam artist out. Excellent. You won't regret this. Thank you for all your clams. Now, here's some Clems in exchange. I like the word Clems better. That is an excellent point. You got Clems, the currency of the future. Omori, why did you agree with Kel? Wait, the noise I played was so awesome. I'm pretty sure this isn't even real money. Please enjoy your clams. Now I must go aid others who are in need of clams. Toodles. Toodles is so funny. Wait, I don't even have a clam meter. I don't even know how many clams I had. Shoot. If I'm broke, will this guy help me out? Goo man. And what if I try to buy your milk? You don't have enough clams. Oh. Do I at least have clams in my pocket? Oh my god. I have one clam. This is like cryptocurrency. I traded like thousands of dollars for one Bitcoin. Okay. Oh, I didn't even get a snow cone when I was on the space area. I'm flopping. Wait, there's gotta be a clam on the floor somewhere that I can gamble. Shoot. Shoot, I need cash fast. If it was Spamton asking you to exchange clams for Cromer, would you do it then? I think we all know. Yeah, I think we do all know. I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy one bit. But also, isn't Cromer like Loki drugs? Maybe. Oh my god, a clam. And like, I don't want low-key drugs. I would rather have something funny like Clems. Unless Clems is like low-key drugs. Does this look illegal to you? I don't think so. It just looks like a dollar with a shell on it. Cromer is money. The hyperlink blocked death might be drugs. Oh. I thought he was like, oh, sweet, sweet Cromer. I guess people would say sweet, sweet money. I guess that checks out. I also don't know where the shell is. I was supposed to be finding clues, but instead, I kinda just lost all my money for fun. What is this? Colorful roulette. Hey there, good chums. Pleasure to meet ya. So you kids want access to the toll road? Well, sure. While we're at it, let's make this a little fun. Why don't you spin this wheel for me? Okay. 680 clams. That's someone's lucky number. It's also going to be the price for your toll. What? You gonna pay up? Yeah. You don't have enough clams. Man. Cough up clams or get lost. Man. I guess I gotta go fight someone. Get money for it. And then maybe gamble it. But is that really what I need to be doing right now? I don't know. Doesn't seem like that good of a use of what I should be doing. 800, wait. I thought since I was a bit over leveled, it would give me less clams. Wait. Can I do that again? Oh. Didn't know that guy was speedy. The shark fin's a little tough. You dead? Okay. Okay, everything is okay. Level 34. Good job, Aubrey. And then you eat some bread. Okay. Everything is a-okay. Alright. I can pay it. Here you go. One more spin for good measure. Sure, I love spinning. Excellent spin, buddy! You're telling 1377 clams. That's not good to you, no. Aw, come on. Don't be so stingy. Wait, what about... What? What happened to 680? Now hold on 1 second here. The numbers aren't adding up. You're gonna have to spin again. Okay. Oh, wait, we have a winner! 2044 clams is my final offer. Come on, you gotta take it. What is up with this dude? Why did it triple in price? Okay, 800 clams, level 34 slaying. Slaying, going crazy. Half the amount of clams. That's what I like to hear. Nice doing business with ya, suckers. Man, kinda rude. All natural sea cow farms? Okay. Floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. I'm all out of tuna. Oh. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh. Fish boy. Catching and raising fish is a hobby of mine. It passes time. It is moderately rewarding. Oh, that's good. Fish boy's futon? Smells like seaweed and vinegar. I assume these are just all fish. Wow. I like Fish Boy. Okay. Locking in. Looking for shells. City? Some stars? Some clouds? Huh. I wonder if these stars mean anything. Kind of in the shape of an egg. Maybe that's a sign that eggs should be eaten. Faux dinner. I was expecting to see some sea life, but I wasn't expecting this. So, you want me to open the gate, huh? It would be my pleasure. It only cost you 2,000 clams. You mean to say you kids don't have 2,000 clams on ya? That's real sad. Real tough luck, I tell ya. But hey, no need to get down. I got a surefire way to help you out of this ordeal, see? You just need to sign these papers, these papers, these papers, and these papers. And lo and behold, you'll have 2,000 clams just like that. Yeah, okay. There you go. 2,000 clams. It's that easy. Hey, by the way, careful about that interest. We'll be coming to collect. I see you kids trying to climb the gate. Get off of there, that's private property. What? Thought you just gave me money. 5,000 clams! Okay. Oh. I can take another loan. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I want to see if I can just fight some things and take their clams. You are getting scammed left and right. Excuse me. Yeah. This is a bit of a scam situation, huh? I mean, I hope the interest doesn't keep going up. Surely I don't need more than 5,000. Okay. 360, bro. I'm so cooked. I should just go back to the casino and gamble. But then what if I lose all my money in the casino? That would be kind of sad, huh? Oh my goodness. I'm getting bonked. Everything is so rough. At least these muscles are nice to look at. Shout out to biceps. Oh, 800? Okay. Not too bad. I mean, Aubrey's low-key at half health. $240. I'm really in final strike. What is that? Strikes all foes. Deals more damage if a Mori has a higher stage of emotion. I like the ones that attack multiple people. I think Hackaway. Not as good as Final Strike. Hey! And Amori's like always happy because of the thing I put on him. So this should work out nicely. What the? Muscle hides in its shell. 17! Oh, that's so cooked. Okay, well. This ain't nothing to me, man. Okay. Wow. Okay, we need like 1,000 more. Are you here because you didn't want to pay the toll? You're the third group I've seen this week. Going all this way is kind of inconvenient, but at least you get to hold on to those sweet, sweet clams. You'll want to pay that last toll, though. Trust me. Let me see. Alright, let me fight this little tweaking fella. He's so cute. It's so cute that Amori gets more happy when he catches the ball that Kel throws. 707 clams. And a fish taco, okay. Yummers. I'm gonna give Aubrey a snack. I feel like she's at risk. Eat a hot dog. Right? Maybe I have to leave and come back for more to spawn in. Oh, they're sad little shark fins. I do not like them very much. I don't know if this is supposed to be like teeth or like a mustache, but whatever it is, it's a bit upsetting. Man, I'm so sleepy today. Oh. Didn't one-shot him, huh? I'll try out our new attack. Sheesh! Seems pretty strong. Gamble all. You're cooked. You're so cooked. Oh yeah, let's get some bread from him. I wish I could pass. I don't want somebody else to kill it. I guess... guess I can just use a bunch of skills. Wasting my juice though. Give Azumazu underscore 6,300. Well, there really are no consequences to gambling. Man, that was a lot of work for 500 clams. Can I say that? Free gambling, yippee! Let's go! Oh, the final strike only killed one of them. Oh, maybe I should have used Hero's thing to restore some health. Up giving in lies weakness greatest hour. Wow. Well spoken, little goober. Toast, 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 toast. Yeah! Oh, it's bread. It's not even toast. How come if I die, I turn into toast? But when the enemies die, they just turn into bread. I guess that just goes to show that I'm cooked. Oh, yippee! I have enough clams! Reverse mermaid? It's like that sus game that Ozzy plays. So you want me to open the gate for you? It'll only cost you 5,000 clams. Oh, thank goodness. I was a little worried in the back of my mind that the interest still would have been charged. Like, it would have increased. You kids sure are smart. 5,000 clams is a steal. Like stealing candy from a baby. Man, these gators are kinda sus, huh? They are not my favorite. What the? What's this game? Oh, I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. But, like, you know it when you see it. Super Sus is a good game? No, it's not called that. It's like a monster or something. I'm a snake, but I'm not toxic. On the contrary, I'm actually quite friendly. Oh, I believe it. I think most snakes are friendly. Yo, look at this goober. Gonzo. This highway's longer than I thought it would be. But now it's gonna be a walk back to the start, too. Might as well keep going. Wait, 1-800 Gator? Injured? I can't read that. Attorney at law. It looks like it says out with oolong. 1 cup up pipe. I don't know. Well, that's something for the area. A bunch of NPCs like talking to Hero? Ah, who wouldn't like talking to Hero? Okay, Gonzo does not care. What about you? New potholes every day. I hope I'm getting paid overtime for this. Move along. Nothing to see here. I need a live show. I keep filling in the holes, but they just keep coming back. I wonder why they keep coming back. I love talking to Hero. Real and true. Ew. Is this his mouth with his little teeth? I don't think I like this guy. Bah. Must have left my smoke sticks at home again. Yeah, I don't like him one bit. Yo, is this Soul Gator? I think it is. I think it must be. Tapioca. Isn't that like the little plant that Boba's made out of? The water here is a bit warmer than it is in the cave up in the mountains. Oh, that's nice. A cool bike. Yo. Yo. Well, if it isn't Hero. I've been looking to repay you since you found and returned my stolen bike. But when did that even happen? Hero is just doing 1 billion side quests, I guess. You're a cool guy, Hero. Seriously the coolest. Here's a gift for cool people like you. Just that I reached into his hair and gave you cool glasses. Go forth, Hero. Be the justice you were always meant to be. Cool glasses. Attack 5 and defense 5. What's everyone else rocking? What do you have? Oh, where's such happy? I don't think I'm ever gonna take that off of Mori. I really like him to be happy. Okay, this is luck and hit rate. I don't know. I don't know if it's better to have a stronger defense or a stronger hit rate. I guess we can try the cool glasses and then see if she misses a lot. If she misses a lot, we can give her her other glasses back. So, Hero, you've come to say hi to the crew, eh? I see the world a whole lot differently since you taught me how to read. What? Here's the book you used to teach me with. Excuse me. I've been through it tons of times already, so you can have it back. Poetry book? Oh, I wonder if that's the book that the fella wants to read. Education. That's what's irreplaceable, man. Oh my god, look at this goober. What's up, Hero? Oh my god, his name is Brick. I've been thinking about you every day since you helped me save my family's restaurant. Take this, my guy. It's my family's specialty. You gotta try it. Brick unwrapped his bandana and gave you a whole chicken. Go forth, Hero. Be the blessing you were always meant to be. Oh, this is so lovely. Well, I'll be. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Hero. I've only just gotten out of the hospital since you helped me recover from my surgery. I stole this from the hospital, but don't tell anyone. It's for you. I strive to be like Hero. City Slicker reached into his jacket and gave you milk? Shit. Go for it, Hero. Be the support you were always meant to be. I wonder what they say if you're just like not Hero. I donate to charity. Respect your community. Be kind to others. Love yourself. Wait, this king is so awesome. Yo. What a cool bike gang. This Hero guy sounds so cool. What is it with guys named Hero and Hero being the coolest ever? That's so real and true. The biker gang! Oh, that was so awesome. I really hope the poetry book is useful. Oh, this guy's sleeping. Huh? Where am I? Oh, crap. Boss, look. I wasn't sleeping. I was just... Oh, you're just a bunch of kids. Bet you want me to open the gate. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. These toll prices are jacked. It's gonna cost you 3,000 clams, but I'd find another way around if I were you. Oh, I have 1 clam. Wait, what happened? Did I not have any left over? Hey, hold on a sec. You're Hero, aren't you? You're the boss's favorite man. Sorry, sir. I almost didn't recognize you there. These sunglasses are a shade too dark, you know what I mean? Even if you're the boss's favorite, rules are rules. But maybe I can offer you a fair rate. I don't have that. Man, are you serious? I don't give freebies out to just anyone, you know? I'm sorry, I have 1 single clam. Wait, is the poetry book a toy? Oh, it is a toy. Darn it. I need some sort of literature to give to that one guy. Alright, let me see if I can find 1,000 clams. And boy, oh boy, I sure do love paying tolls. I should have paid all the tolls and then traded my clams. We're so broke. Well, I did trade all of my clams for clems. But it's low-key just 1 singular clem. But surely, in the future, that's gonna be so helpful. It is a little cooked, though. I had, like, thousands of dollars. Oh, what do you mean, oh? Look, see, 100 clams. Look, and then I'll get even more. You get mussels give a lot of clams, I think. Maybe, perhaps, hopefully. Look! 960 and a berry smoothie. And we leveled up. Sheesh. Oh, yeah. Get me back in there. Man, if I was Hero, I wonder if I would have got a discount the whole time. Thanks, man. Put in a good word for me with the boss, would ya? Alright, gates open. Wanted. 1-800 good guy. What? Please avoid my spikes at all costs. Thank you. You low-key would've... Oh. Oh, look, I found my thing, though. I think this is the last one. Wow. Get me in there. 0 keys left. Oh. This is big news. Welcome to Black Space. I don't know if I've been to Black Space. I think I've been... I don't know what the other area is called. I thought it was called Headspace or White Space or something. But I'm not familiar with Black. There's a way to get your clams back, but you might have to look around for it. I'm pretty good at looking around. Oh, wait, this is Basil's house. It's moldy and earthquakey and red. Oh, so red. I was not expecting the cutscene to start like right away. This is okay. There's our friend that follows us around. A moldy shoe. Wait, I forgot it was a shoe. Hell nah. Oh, hell nah. The bottom of our shoe is caved in. Clean your socks. Ew. Ew. Gross. Wait. What? What? Put me back. Hello? I'm so far away from that. What if I jump in this hole? Basil really didn't pay for good foundations. Oh gosh. Is that... Are we in the shoe spinning? I hope we're in the shoe. Oh. Okay. Cute. I feel like there's a lot of... I don't know. I remember in high school, I had like multiple friends where like the bottom of their shoe was like peeling off. That never happened to my shoes. I don't really know what people were doing. Oh. A tree with a noose and an unrecognizable figure is chopping it. I really don't like the noose tree. I like when the tree has a tire swing. Stay away. You are not my son. Son? Who's your son? Why? Why won't you fall? Why would... Okay, he's just repeating. We're in... This is the shoe mold? I don't get that happening to some of mine? Really? Probably just using the same shoe over and over? Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. I don't know. I guess I was lucky. I feel like as soon as my shoes started getting sus, like, I was able to just switch them out. I guess not everybody can do that. But still, I feel like if it's peeling, you could glue it or something. Huh. I wish I remembered what was happening with Basil's family. I know when we, in the real world, we went over to Basil's house for dinner. But he low-key, like, his parents weren't home. It was just like a caretaker. Maybe that's Basil's dad? But why would Basil's dad be at the hanging tree if Mari's the one who died? Much to think about. I like keeping the sus shoes until it's unwearable. To save money? Yeah, I guess that does save money. But that's gotta be so uncomfy. This is the end of the highway. His family relies on caretakers because they're always out for work. Okay. So they're not dead or anything. They're just absent. Okay, let me save. Wait, I'm not Hero. I wanted to save as Hero. Get me in there. Oh yeah, now everybody has a turn. Wait, Kel doesn't have a turn. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Ah yes, some raw seafood. Would you like to eat some? Yes! Okay. Need literature, a rock, some ghosts. Empty house? I heard a rumor about an old empty house south of the playground. I wonder if it really is empty. Hehe. She's doing the like Anya Folger face. But I feel like it's so serious. Kind of like your family in game, but they're not out for work. You don't have a caretaker? Yeah, Omori's mom low-key sounds like not the best. She's like, yeah, I'm furniture shopping for 3 days. Please stay home alone for 3 days. Okay, I guess let's go to the sussy moldy shoe. You never found Hector? No, I didn't. At the bottom of the ladder, I found a rock, but it was a regular rock. I really don't know where Hector is. What the? This is awesome. Hector shall never be found? Hector! What? Nuh-uh! What? I tried really hard to find him. I could not. Bum ass rock that dipped mid-journey? Talking about a rod? Sigh. Can I give hints? I think you're missing a decently big area. Yes! Yes, you can, you can. I will say, I have the Orange Oasis, like, unlocked. But I didn't explore it yet. Because I was like, wait, I gotta finish the other stuff I gotta do. Are we, like, literally this close to finish Headspace this route? This close. I have no idea. You forgot about something in your key items, I think. Is it the snow cone machine? I know I haven't used the snow cone ticket. I don't know what else I haven't used. But maybe I'll explore around before I go to the moldy shoe. In case that progresses the story. The train ticket you got from Space Boy after you beat him up. It can do train ticket things. I went on the train and it took me somewhere, but I was like, a new area. I gotta finish other stuff first. Your clams are in the caves. My clams are in the caves? You're telling me I have to go spelunking to find my clams? Sigh. I'd honestly rather just gamble. Try to get them back that way. I'll look though. If they're close, I'll look for them. This is important though. Listen up. Are you listening? To all those lost lovers out there, this one is for you. Goofy. This is me doing my karaoke. Claim spelunking. That area is entirely optional, but it's pretty big. Oh, I'm surprised there's optional areas. I want to try to do as much as I can. I'm gonna be kind of sad if I accidentally, like, end the game. And there's still a bunch of stuff in my quest list. God, I almost spilled my coffee. OMG, SpaceX husband! The divorce arc! Sheesh! It seems like divorce is treating him pretty well. Oh, kind of a long song. You can access it on the other route if you ever plan on doing that. Are you a one-time playthrough type person? I'm probably a one-time playthrough type person. I guess I don't really have a concept of how dramatically different, like, the endings are. I guess if it's like an Undertale situation, maybe I would do it again in the future. But as of right now, I feel like I'm pretty content to just experience it the one time. Does he stop singing? Oh my god, wait. How do I close this? Okay. I think it's rude to leave while somebody's in the middle of a song, but this guy's taking forever. The space pirates are entranced by their captain. I guess I can eat while I wait. Wow. The other route is pretty different. Get a lot more content in Headspace. But yeah, we get it if it's a one-time playthrough. Wait, it's pretty different? I'm gonna be honest. Like, you don't have... Like, don't tell me. But, like, I don't even know what choices I made that would have got a different route. Like, I feel like I didn't pick very much. But So I don't... If I played it again, I don't even know what I'd change. But I guess... after I finish this one, you can let me know what I did to get to this outcome. The other route has an additional full day in headspace. It's pretty much what to know. The other route is headspace heavy. Your time as Sunny is sidelines. That's the most I can say. Okay. Okay. Wow, we sure are dining. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, SpaceX husband. I am not staying for all this. I am Sadie. My sisters and I started this cafe together. But since clams have been tight, a lot of my sisters decided to start working at the last resort. It's just me and my sister Eleonora left. Sigh. I wish they'd come back here. I would do anything to hear them sing again. Mustard sub? That's disgusting. I do not like mustard. Wow, I cannot support this business. Behave? She just said don't say it? Oh, thank you, Azu. Sorry, I'm not locked in. Get this man at you. Gamer's biggest weakness. Are you implying that a gamer's biggest weakness is not to spoil? Is that really gamer's biggest weakness? What? Touching grass? Touching grass? Is that the biggest weakness? Taking showers? Oh. I was thinking, like, moderation. Or, like, not being too greedy. But I guess those are also fine. Okay, I'm looking for clams. I'm spelunking. Oh my god, don't touch me. Oh my god, you're freaking out! Okay, surely the clams are not that way. Surely they're somewhere around here. What is this? Surely gamers take showers? Oh my god, I took a shower last night. Pretty cool, huh? I'm on a conditioner now, though. Gotta go to the store. Shoot! I was gonna make a shopping list that had slime ingredients. I low-key forgot. I looked up a bunch of slime recipes, but I didn't write down what I need. I think I need, like, borax. And I need sugar-free jello. Glue, maybe. That way is the direction if you don't want to pay the toll gates. Well, this is what I did the first time. I low-key... I already, like, went through this area. Avoiding the toll gates. But I thought that's what you meant by caves. Is this not the cave you meant? Y'all, where are my clams at? If you were a clam, where would you be? Ah! Musical clams in training! Claw, claw! Please show them your support. I'm supporting. I think Hero is supportive. Would you like to listen to this musical clam? Yeah. I'm supporting. Oh yeah, I'm supporting so hard. Hi, Shrimp! Thank you for the bank. And thank you, Kyrie, for the hydrate stretch. Okay, let's listen to this one. Oh. Wait, this one's kind of eating. Yeah, I can play the piano. Okay, what about you? Shit! Yeah, I like this one. Is this one on Spotify? Let's see if musical clams. Don't worry. Our musical clams in here. Ready, steady, go. Oh, that says calm. I thought it said clam. Hmm. Well, that's part 3. Tidal white space. Oh my god, World's End Valentine. I like this one. I don't think the clams are on here. Spot a fish? We were so close to clam. We were. It's so over. I really like the orange clam. Oh, I thought I closed this one. Okay. Yeah, you guys need to step it up. Okay, that one low-key just kind of sucks. I'm sorry. You're getting closed. Okay, I listened to all the clams. Maybe I gotta listen to all of them? Oh, I didn't even have to close them. It's like one at a time anyway. Why? Surely they put this here for a reason. Like, you get a prize or something. Whatever. I'm leaving the orange one open. That one's awesome. Oh my god! Are these the clams? Do I have to just pick up thousands of clams from the floor and that's how I get them back? Okay, that's the exit. Or is this the exit? Okay. The construction zone again. I think that's the only cave area. Am I cooked? Am I cooked in clamless? Surely 1,000 is like good enough. Oh wait. Is there anything else I need here? I don't think so. Is everyone strapped in? Wait, hold on. I'm not ready yet. Womp. Okay. Let's go back to the Oasis. Let's see what's going on there. Maybe that's where Hector is. Ooh, I also need to do the snow cone machine. What's the last main boss we've beaten in? Story-wise. I think Humphrey. I think I beat Humphrey, and then when I was leaving the deep well, I don't know, it was like scary. Like every few feet there's like a little puddle, and then you step in it and it's like, you don't know the truth. You're hiding in your brain. I don't know. I don't really know what was said, but it was quite spooky. haven't found I haven't found any ghosts. I haven't used the clams. I haven't used the snow cone ticket. I think everything else is good. Gallipods gastropod. Today's special, orange juice, peach soda, and milk. That sounds kind of nice. I'm low-key broke, but I want to see what you have for sale. Ah, if it isn't Hero, my favorite and most handsome customer. Discounts for you always. So please buy something. Waffle pancake! Yo! Berry smoothie, air horn, life jam. I quite like waffles. I'll buy one of each though. Yeah, I support small business. Thank you kindly. Yo! I am the tofu connoisseur. I love all kinds of tofu. Each piece of tofu is unique and deserves to be enjoyed individually. If you trade me 10 tofu, I'll give you a snack that I have gathered from my many tofu-related journeys. I think I have a lot of tofu. Yeah, you can have it. Pull up ghost locations so I can give hints later. If you need help going for that later. I would love that! Thank you. No air horn. I already have an air horn. To be honest, I don't really use the toys in battle at all. If I'm using an item, it's usually snacks. What is going on here? Is this camel dispensing milk and soda? Why does he look so happy about it? I feel like I gotta drink it just to see. Wonderful. Take this not as delicious food in exchange. Wow, a whole chicken. Please enjoy it as much as I will enjoy these 10 very unique pieces of tofu. Camel milk? That's so interesting. Oh yeah, I can do it again. I can't believe I had 23 tofus. Here you go. Camel milk? How to be a camel dispensing milk? Follow your dreams out. Well, what's stopping you? Whole chicken. Huge. I got another whole chicken. He said snacks as if it would be, you know, a snack. I really don't think an entire rotisserie chicken counts as a snack. But I got 4 of them now, so that's pretty cool. Would you like some fresh orange juice for 150 clams? I don't remember what it does. Okay. My specialty. Stay refreshed, young travelers. I want milk. I want camel milk. My specialty. They're all your specialty? Okay. Small candies. Not for sale. Oh, man. Ooh. These sand piles look like meringue. Oh, I guess it looks like a big birthday cake. That's so cute. Wow. It's a big apple. Wow, it sure is. You got apple juice, yo! Huge. I already said I was a slime cat girl. Surely I can't add camel to that. What if you're like a chimera? Or like a shapeshifter? And then you can just be whatever you want every single day. Yo, I need to talk to that goofy little Moai statue. It doesn't look like it can get up there, but I just really want to know what he has to say. Oh, wait. That's where I already was. Get me out of here. Care package before I go back to sleep? Ah, thank you! Hello. Camel cat slime girl. I cannot even imagine what that looks like. What if it looks like this? That'd be cool. Thank you for the alert, Carrot. Have sweet dreams. Holy cow. Okay. Oh, this area is so big. I don't want to miss anything on accident. Maybe start at the bottom. Oh, I went in a loop. Okay. Start this way. What are you? This looks like a job for a Mori. Oh my goodness, sorry. No, that's a holy cow. Are you saying Awa can't be a holy cow as well? At last I'm free. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Take this. It's a gift from me. A dandelion, thank you. Excellent, 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 excellent. Bounce on your noggin. What are you? Okay. You got wishbone. I like wishes. I'm a holy cow now too. Well, you could be. You could be. Probably your wish making needs luck +7. Is luck your ability to crit? I guess that's good. I don't think I want it though. Holy cat cow. Camel cat cow slime girl. Wow. It's kind of awesome. Can we get some... Can we get an art of this? Luck is crit, yeah. Surely crit's not that... Sorry, my mic did get unplugged. Sorry about that. Oh! Your mouth is going wow, wow, wow without noise. Sorry, thinking about Wow Wow folk today. Wait, this is so cute. What is this called? I don't want to attack this. A pancake bunny! Wait, ah, wow, can you be this as well? This is so cute. Yes, yeah. Oh. Died kind of fast. Only 45 clams. I might be too overleveled for this area. Sure is a big area. Sure are some big grapes. Mango smoothie? Are you a pancake bunny? Oh, a milkshake bunny. Let's do final strike. The milkshake bunny's a little sad. I wonder what he has to be sad about. Maybe that he's dying. Oh yeah, 75 clams. Are you a pancake bunny fella or a milkshake bunny type of guy? I think I'm a pancake bunny type of guy. I don't know, the pancake one looks a little chubbier. Like the pancake sitting on his head make him look extra round. And I like round creatures. Like Roggenrola or Kirby. Sure is a big apple. Sure is a big banana. Thanks, I grew it myself. Oh. Oh, this is just cosmetics. I thought it was a quest thing. Wow, none of these kids look that good with beards. OMG! This is a bad place for my cavities. But who needs teeth anyway? I wonder if you can eat the food out of the bunny's heads. Oh. Like, do you think that's part of him? Like, if you eat the pancakes, does it turn into a regular bunny? Or is it like a turtle shell where if you remove it, it dies? You can talk to them? The beard? Wait, these are the ghosts? Every time I've seen these, I thought it was just like, oh, haha, cute. They put like a little accessory just for fun. What shoe? Trying to remember. I think by the snow cone machine, there's like a funny little hat. Man! This sucks. Yes? You're, you're, you're telling me they didn't just want to be whimsical? Oh my god. Thanks to the good luck. I'll I'll try my best. Wait, where was I going again? Dang it, my memory isn't what it used to be. You know. Eh? What have you got there? A map of old Top Hat's party. Whew, it sure is. I'd better get going before all the food gets cold. Here I come, all-you-can-eat buffet. Oh my god. 5? Oh, I can't even look. The map just has ghosts on it. I guess they know what that means. Orange Oasis is mostly full of senior folks who have been around since who knows how long. But I have my hopes. One day this place could be a flourishing city. There's plenty of land for development. Oh my god, a joke. What do you call cheese that isn't yours? Nacho cheese. Oh, excellent. You recorded this joke in your joke book. I already told the, like, Little Mermaid girl a joke. Well, I don't know if there's any reason to keep recording the jokes. But I guess it's not hurting anyone. Ew. These hollow spaces I mark. In them, I have hidden my most precious belongings. Yes, I smashed my face to remember. But lightly. Any harder and it would break. Are you telling me I have to remember these faces on the wall? I feel like I've seen like 7 of them. And I thought they were just whimsical. You're telling me I have to go back for that too? I'm gonna freak it. I'm gonna freak it. Okay. Smash. Any harder. And it would break. Man, I'm gonna break you. What the hell? Your mind is a bit too whimsical. I thought we're like, it's Amori's dreamland, right? So I thought there was just cute stuff going on. I thought it was just like silly haha funny. Like don't pay attention to it too much. It's just for fun. But then it's not just for fun, it's actually serious. It's too hard for fast. It is. I feel like those faces were like buried everywhere. Like I think there was one like literally in Humphrey's area. And that was so far away. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fine. Everything is so awesome. Check this guy out. Child on stilts. I'm gonna knock him over. I am stuck and cannot get down. Yeah, good. I hope you stay that way. Oh my god, hi! Let me save here. Hey, Amori, guess what? The sand here isn't sand at all. It's all brown sugar. Isn't that sweet? Hehe. Sure is hot out here, though. Remember to stay hydrated, everyone. Brown sugar as a sand substitute. Let me write that down. Ah, yes, some luscious candy apples. Would you like to eat some? Yes! Crunch. You and your friends feel like new. We can have a picnic. Surely, surely that will reduce the stress of having to play hide and seek again. The brown sugar feels good on my feet. I almost want to pick it off and eat it. Ew. That's disgusting, Kel. Why would you even think that? You're so weird. We all have weird thoughts sometimes. Kel just doesn't think before he says them out loud. Hey, I consider that a good thing. If you got something to say, then say it. That's just wrong, Kel. You should always think before you speak. Oh. Unplug my headset for a sec. Have some self-awareness. We do too, Kel. I don't know. I think eating anything off of your feet should be exclusively an inside thought. I don't think anybody wants to hear that. Says who? You, Miss Bossy Pants? I have plenty of self-awareness. I know where I am at all times. Yeesh. Loosen up, you two. Balance, guys. Speak before you think optional? That's lovely, thank you. Awareness, you say? Sheesh. It's all about balance. Hero, you coward. That's the laziest answer I've ever heard. I expected better from you. Aw, man. What'd I say now? Wow, that was insightful. Thank you, Kel, for that one. Oh. A lemon! Wait, can I interact with this? This pond water is so clear. It's like I can see a whole nother world on the other side. The surface of the water is shimmering. Do you want to stare at it intently? Yeah! Looking? What? Rain Town? Why is there a town inside a town? There's another... There's a whole nother area? Veggie Kid! On the scale of comfortable to uncomfortable, where 1 is very comfortable and 10 is very uncomfortable, I am at a 6. Well, it could be worse, I guess. Boss sometimes? Hey! That's kind of real. Yo, Raintown? It just does sound very nice. I could low-key fall asleep to this. Can you even hear it? I don't even... Why can't... The little slider is messed up. Or you can't hear it. How do I fix this for you? 1 second. We can't hear it much? Okay, let me... Uh, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. You can just hear my whole desktop audio, and surely that will be better. Is that... Does this sound chill? Okay. It should be better. It is raining just a bit too much, don't you think? Ick. It looked at me and said ick. I am uncomfortable. Why are these veggie kids such haters? Some pots, some empty, some not. This rain is slightly intolerable. I figure if it's Rain Town, it's probably like this all the time. So why are they so not used to it? Eewee. Girl. Bleh. If only the rain were slightly lighter. Yucky. We are slightly uncomfortable. Please make it stop. plant nursery full of veggie kids. This is... Basil would like it, I think. I think Basil would have a good time here. Okay, can I help you make it stop raining? Ah! It is raining too hard. It is making us slightly uncomfortable. There's a mystical valve nearby which controls our rainfall, but only the chosen one is able to turn it. If no one helps us, we are doomed to be slightly uncomfortable forever. Oh, what an interesting curse. I like the veggie kids. I wish they didn't say bleh and yuck at me, but they're cute looking at least. Gross. I am feeling a small amount of physical discomfort. It's raining just a bit too much, don't you think? I am slightly bothered by the amount of rain. Wow. This is so interesting. Sounds like me for real. Are you slightly uncomfortable? Loki, you should save? You think I'm gonna like kill all the veggie kids? Okay, I'll save. Here in Raintown, it always seems to be raining a bit. It's not the most ideal weather conditions for a picnic, but that's never stopped me before. Yeah, any time is a good time for a picnic. That's right, Kel. Any time is a good time, especially with friends. Umbrella. Nobody is even using this umbrella. These kids are stupid. Hearty soup? Is it messed up to drink soup when there's like vegetable kids nearby? Like, is this their blood? Am I crunching on soup? Okay. That's so interesting. They don't have arms? Oh. You're right, they don't have arms. Surely they donated it? Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. Sounds good to me. I don't know. I feel like rain's kind of awesome. I don't know why these kids are haters. Mmm, yummy. Thanks for the soup, Mari. This soup is delicious. Can I have some seconds, please? Do they hate it, or are they just like moved to tears because it's so good? What's wrong, guys? Is there something wrong with my soup? Ugh. Lazing around in the rain is fun and all, but eating in the rain is a whole nother thing. I see the problem. I can't tell where the rain ends and the soup begins. Rain soup. Yummy, yummy soup. I'm not much of a soup enjoyer. I really like chicken noodle soup, but all the other ones are just okay. Oh, would you like to turn the valve slightly to the right or left? Well, I think usually valves work where if you turn it clockwise, it like opens it. And if you do counterclockwise, it closes it. So I think if I turn it to the right, it'll it'll like flood the town. Turn it all the way up! Oh, left? Usually when there's a left and right choice, I pick left, because that's the side your heart is on. And I also think left would close it. But if I was saying turn it all the way up, maybe I should do right. Maybe I can, like, see what happens and then reload the save. No, no? No, no. Do I have it backwards? Is left... You think left is all the way up? Oh, yes. wait. No, nowhere, yes. Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know. I want to see what happens for both options. See what happens? Okay. We'll do right first. Because I think that'll make it harder. What wants to kill the children? Oh, flip a coin. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wow, do you like my background? It's wiggling now. Flip a coin, please. Heads. Wait. Is heads left or right? I think... I think heads is right. Okay. Wait, we're doing right. We're doing right. Oh. So maybe it's slightly lighter now. Oh, I thought surely left would make it heavier. Sigh, Eggman is gone. Well, Eggman's gone because this game is a square instead of a rectangle, and that is not my fault. He would be running on top of on top of the text box. Oh. I got an achievement for that. Wait, are you happy? Wait, hold on. I low-key want to load and see what happens if I make you sad. Wait, how do I load? Load. Is this where I was? Yes. Eggman can run on top of honeycombs? Okay, well, I don't want him next to me. I don't really... Listen, I know I have an emote of him. But I'm not really... I don't really have strong feelings about him. This is just for chat. Okay, left. What? Yeah. Oh! I genuinely thought left would have been the good option. Wait, this was awesome. The rainfall intensifies and floods Raintown. Raintown and its inhabitants were never heard from again. This sounds so nice. This makes me want to take a big one nap. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but the children disappeared before the rain even got heavier. Oh. Wait, this isn't a load spot? What the... Kind of awesome. This sounds so nice as she commits genocide. Okay, well there wasn't like screaming or anything. I'm not a crazy person. The rain is slightly lighter now. Can I turn it all the way? Oh, you are the hero of Raintown. I guess I cannot. The rain feels great. Whoopee! Yo, wait. Whoopee? I never even considered Whoopee. I've only considered Yippee. Whoopee's kind of awesome. Huzzah! Wait, this one is Splingus. Ah, so comfortable. On a scale of comfortable to uncomfortable, where 1 is very comfortable and 10 is very uncomfortable, I am at a 1. Wow. I feel like it's not even that much different. These kids are just dramatic as hell. You couldn't hear it? Over the great rain. Oh. Well, that sounds like it's not my problem. If they weren't screaming loud enough, then how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to take action if they're not pulling their weight? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Shan! This is so awesome! Oh, man. I worked out yesterday. Because I didn't go to judo yesterday. Because my friend was sick yesterday. And I don't like to go to judo without her. But anyway, so I worked out. And I did, like a candlestick. Have you guys seen those? Candlestick bows. I held one of these for a while. But it, like... I don't know. I think it kind of, like, hurt my neck. I think I was, like, centered on my spine a little too much. And now, like... where the back of my neck meets the top of my spine, it's like so sore. Womp. Womp womp. Those feel nice. They do! I'm a really big fan of like yoga and yoga poses. And that one is maybe my favorite, but I was like, yeah, I bet I could hold this for a full song. And I did, and it was swag and awesome. But now my spine hurts. It looks hard to do. I used to be in gymnastics for a bit, so I feel like a lot of yoga comes a little bit easier to me. I feel like it's not that hard. I think the main thing is just balancing so that you don't like accidentally fall forward. But I bet you could do it. I bet you could. Be careful though. Thank you. I'll be so careful. I'll be so careful. Man, I'm gonna like look in the mirror and there's just gonna be a bruise on my neck. The rein has been adjusted. Neat. Thank you, chosen one. We will remember your act of kindness forever. Oh, hello. Happy birthday. What's that, child? You want to go with them? Are you sure? If that is your wish. Chosen one. This child wishes to join you on your quest. Aw, hell nah. I don't want to be a papa. She is yours now? Please take good care of her. Aw, hell nah. You take it. Go forth, heroes. Your journey awaits you. Unwanted pregnancy. Aw, hell nah. Where is she? Is she not even an important item? Oh man, is she a toy? Is she... Oh, maybe it's a clippable. A charm? Wow, Crash! Hi! Thank you so much for the bits! That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Oh, she is a charm. That's kind of cute. A young vegetable. Plus 15 heart, plus 15 juice. Ooh. I do like having extra juice. Maybe that'd be good for Hero. I don't know. I really like the idea of Hero wearing cat ears. But maybe having juice on my healer is better. How am I? I'm doing so good! I hope you're doing good too, Crush. I hope you have a lovely day. I like your little Pikachu badge. That's so cute. Okay. Alright. I guess it makes sense that Hero would have Veggie Kid. I feel like out of everyone, he's probably the most responsible. Okay, well... You know, sometimes you stare into orange juice and then you end up with a kid. I guess that's the circle of life. So cute. Why is she sad? She looks so upset. Poor milkshake bunny. Is this a bit loud? I'm gonna turn it down a little. Yippee! Also, where are you? Are you clipping me saying unwanted pregnancy? Sigh. I'm cooked. You want me to be that too? Yeah. I feel like it'd be easy to be a bunny pancake and a milkshake bunny. Cause like the milkshake could just sit on top of your pancake, you know? I think this is a good investment. Yo. Riccoli ravioli? Welcome to Orange Oasis, where the moon shines brighter. I'm Riccoli Ravioli, a food hobbyist. Is that all you have to say? I have food in my pocket. You want any? Oh my god! Sydney. A hamster with a fanny pack is essentially a small kangaroo. Oh. Okay. I never thought about that one before. Dinos dig. Wow, look at this little tiny thumbs up. We gotta go there. Oh. Oh. I was expecting like a cave. Okay. This guy's a little too tall. Ah, nuts. I'm one dino dollar shy from a silver spoon. Dino dollar? Ah, look, it's so cute. What kind of dinosaur has like the spiky tail? I've seen those before, but I do not know my dinosaurs. It's a good one though. Welcome to Dino Shop. According to my log, it says you have a total of 0 dino dollars. If you want to buy a spoon, just point it out to me and I'll help you out. Okay. There's digging with spoons and dino dollars. Brett, whoopee! Is that how you spell whoopee? It looked normal in the game, but it looks weird seeing it typed out in the Twitch chat. I don't know. Maybe I don't like it. maybe I don't like it anymore. The food pyramid has a knack for finding lost things. Ancient artifacts. Old relics lost in time. The possibilities are endless. Oh my god. That's nice. Chad, Brett, why are these dinos like white boy named? Strange artifacts from different lands. Okay, a little plushie. Wasn't this the plushie that Aubrey and Kel were fighting over at the very beginning? The last time I tried Dino Dig, I found lots of amazing treasure. But this time I tried Dino's Dig, I just found some granola bars. That sounds awesome. Maybe Hector's here. It's either Ankylosaurus or Stegosaurus. Spiky tail. Agree. Oh. I thought Stegosaurus... Stegosaurus. This doesn't look quite right because it doesn't have the ball. Okay, now let me look at the other one you said. Oh, I think it's this one. This is what I'm thinking of. Look at him. Wow. How do you think they got these pictures? Really makes you think. Time travelers must be real. I do not remember the eyeball flower. What are these from? Artichoke. The treasures on display here are from all over the world. I'm gonna travel around the world someday. Huh. I feel like these are little Easter eggs, but I sure do not remember what they're from. I love this little frog. That's so cute. Alright, I want to dig. How do I get a dino dollar? Hey there, little adventurers. Welcome to Dino's Dig. I'm Dino, the founder of Dino's Dig. Ahem. Are you hungry for treasure? Are you ready to have a spoonful of adventure? If so, you've come to the right place. Here at Dino's Dig, we have created the ultimate treasure hunting adventure, which you can experience for the low price of 100 clams. Are you ready to enjoy the fun and excitement of digging for treasure? Yeah! They time traveled. No, shoot, the dinosaurs time traveled to us to have a photo shoot. Oh my god, that's so awesome. I love photo shoots. When a game has a photo shoot option, like Infinity Nikki, shade! Or Wuthering Waves or Genshin Impact, shade! I don't know. If anybody is ever like offered to do a survey for Warframe, if you could please ask them to put in like a picture taking option, that would be so awesome. I think that would really enhance the game. Dino-tastic! Wow, he's stomping. Blame you for this, twin. 1v1 on balloons. I didn't know you could 1v1 on balloons. I thought if you played balloons with someone, you're like on the same team. There's Captura, it exists. But that's like a gadget. right? That's like not the same. I want it to be like Genshin Impact, where I just press escape and then there's like a little camera icon. And then I can take pictures of my pretty Warframe. There's Bloons battles for the PvP? Oh, I don't think I've ever done that before. Good luck. I'm putting my money on Oza. Alright, kiddos. First things first. Here at Dino's Dig, we dig with spoons. Since you don't have a spoon, I'll give you a potato spoon for free. You got a potato spoon. What the hell is a potato spoon? Choose what spoon you'd like to use. Best choice. There you go. Right on, brother. You're a quick learner, aren't you? You guys can't see it because it's cropped, but in the corner it said Azu is playing Bloons. I low-key grinded battles before. Oh my god. Of course you did. She's too Genshin pilled. Listen! I just like pictures. In our special dig site, the Food Pyramid, you'll be able to uncover super rad treasure from all over the universe. And the best part is, you get to keep anything you find. That's a dino guarantee. Let me tell you about our dig site. Oh my god. The Food Pyramid has 4 levels. You always start on the first level, but if you're lucky, you might just find a pyramid key that unlocks the pyramid gate to the next level. The higher you go, the better the treasure will be. Now here's the catch. Each spoon has a limited amount of uses before it breaks. For example, potato spoons will break after you dig 5 times. If your spoon breaks, the treasure hunt ends, the pyramid gates close, and we will call you back to the entrance. You understand everything I've said so far? Yes. Dino-tastic! And now it's time for our dino disclaimer. Treasure isn't the only thing you'll find in the Food Pyramid. During your round, you might find some troublesome critters looking for a fight. We aren't liable for any damages to you or your property during your adventure. You dig? If a critter knocks you out during battle, it'll be real game over. Well, that's pretty much it. All that's left is for you to go up these stairs, smell the sweet Food Pyramid air, and start digging. Have a dino-tastic adventure. There's a lot of yapping. Yo, this little worm is cute. SS Snake? Maybe like Strawberry Snake? Is that what that means? I don't know how strong they are. Be cautious. How many chimps have you done? Little twin. I don't even know what that means. I deleted... Ninja Kiwi deleted my account 2 years ago. End me now. Why did your account get deleted? Also, even if your account got deleted, couldn't you just make a new one and still play? What? Did you do something bannable on Bloons Tower Defense? They're like, oh, we're deleting accounts. Click this link in a week or it's gone. Everything's locked again. Oh. Well, surely if you're a real gamer, you don't even need the unlockable stuff. You can just, like, eat that up. I mean, I hate when things do that. I think Genshin did that. I never clicked on a link so fast in my life. And these guys are kind of strong, huh? Okay. Yo, that's a lot of EXP. You got a dino dollar. Oh, I see. This is just like the Webkins minigame. Wait, is this a pancake bunny? Yo! A bunny! Oh my god. Awa, can you beat this as well? This is so peak. Look at his little ears like flopped over. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. Ozzy is playing Slay the Spire too. Oh hell nah, he gave up. He gave up. He said I'm playing something else. Wow. He's looping around. That's so cute. Yes, yeah. Burp burp burp. Or not a burp, I don't know. This is a bunny. Burber bun. Burber bun. Hi Sean, thank you for the hydrate. I am low-key hungry. I should have ate my chia seeds. Sigh. So I guess the only way to go up is if you dig up a key. You'd have to get lucky. This one's surely lucky. Dino dollar. Dino dollar. I don't think we're especially lucky. I think we're gonna get $5. Burp burp. Benyoy. Benyu? Bunny. Bunny. Amori's attack whiffed. Girl, lock in. He's having too much fun digging. He's not thinking very hard. Oh man, I didn't get bread out of that. Oh well, at least there's a lot of EXP. Amori's not locked in. He's really not. Dino dollar. I should have told you how many digs you have left. Okay, what are you? Oh, a porcupine. That's so cute. Oh. Well, at least they're not very strong. Okay. Oh, I am not even close to getting bread. Let's reduce his defense, maybe. Ah, no. Wait, stare. I didn't even mean to do stare. That's fine, I guess. Just look at him. Wow, your little leaf hat's looking excellent today. You guys ever eat the tops of strawberries? I low-key always do. Like, I know you're supposed to, like, cut off the top, but... I don't know. I just watch them and eat them. I do not cut anything. I'm a leaf eater. The leaf part? Yeah, like the top of a strawberry. It's like... I don't know. Sometimes you want your strawberries now. You know, there's no time to get a little cutting board and get a little paring knife and like chop off all the tops. You know, sometimes it's like grow up, eat the leaf. Another spoon bites the dust. Big spoon down! That's game over. Just bite it off? Well, I do, but I swallow it. Are you saying you like bite the top off and then like spit it out? And then eat the rest of it? I never considered that. I feel like my teeth are kind of sensitive though, so I don't really bite with my front teeth too much. You can just use your hands. Well, sometimes if you try to like pull the top off, like the stem kind of stays in there. And you know, I don't know. And it's not like you can't eat the leaves, so I just do it anyway. I don't want to eat leaves. So I grow up, eat a leaf. Surely, it's like a vegetable. Eating leafy greens. Surely it's good for you. Do you find a lot of cool treasure? I hope you enjoyed your dino-tastic adventure. Pull out part of the fleshy part. I never considered that. But who wants to do that when you could just pop the whole thing in your mouth? 10 dicks for $3 dino dollars. 6 dino. Wait, how many dino dollars do I have? Do I just have 5? Oh, I have 6. Wait, where did I get 6? Oh, maybe one of the piles had 2. Alright, give me this plastic spoon. Sick choice. I hope you find lots of treasure. Me too. Get me back in there. It's only 100 clams. Surely Hector is here. Oh my god, this guy is quite a yapper, I must say. Choose what spoon you'd like to use. Oh yeah, I'm a best choice enjoyer. I assume that means if you have a bunch, it just gives you the best one. But I feel like it's more fun to say best choice. Chocolate? Heals 40% of heart. Oh my god! I'm gonna eat it. Yay! Alright, I wanna find a key. I think that would be fun. You found it! Oh my god! This is everything I wanted! I was really hoping he would be somewhere around here. Because it's like lost things from the past. Oh my god. I'm so good at completing side quests. Oh. Hector. Could it be? It's really you! Come on, Hector. Back into my pocket you go. It'll be just like old times. Wow. He has such a way with words. OMG, the reunion! This is so awesome. I thought I was just being whimsical and hopeful when I said that. I really didn't genuinely expect him to be here. I just like wanted him to be here. This is so awesome. Oh my god, wait, he's talking. Ah, Kel, my old friend. I am so sorry. I'm afraid things have changed. And I can no longer accompany you. You see, I have a family now. What? Oh, hell not. Everybody's getting pregnant left and right. Ah, this sucks. Wait. Victor Jr., what are you doing? Are you saying that you want to join them? That there's more to life than just staying here? Oh, Hector Jr., I understand you well. Even this old stone knew how to have fun once. May you all have memorable adventures together. Go on and join him, Hector Jr. Into his pocket. Well, now we have 2 kids. You got Hector Jr. Yeah, just like that. I guess this is farewell then. Thank you for never giving up on finding me, Kel. Hector Jr., you be good, okay? Why is this low-key emotional? Don't forget your family. We're always here for you. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have flourished into a wonderfully polished rock. This is where I went before I got my Discord name. You were buried in the sand? And then you became aware and preggers? It took so long, Hector had a whole 9 months. Hey! Hey! He could have been pregnant before he got lost. Maybe, perhaps. Don't worry, Hector. I'll take good care of Hector Jr. I know you will, Kel. Just don't lose him this time, alright? I won't. I promise. OMG, it's Hector, I forgot. Oh, you just remembered who Hector was. Wait, what did you think was going on? Did you think we just found a random rock family? Like, unrelated? Heather? Oh my god. I'll always be proud of you, son. Hector Jr., you be good, okay? Don't forget your family. Oh my god, okay, he's saying the same thing. Follow your dreams, brother. Wow. Is Hector Jr. in here? Can talk but is very shy. Stats increase with more energy. Oh man, I kind of like the foxtail because like that's me, you know. I like foxes, but I feel like it'd be messed up if we worked this hard to find Hector and we didn't equip him. Good stats though. All right, goodbye foxtail. You served me well. We need more fun Southern Junior voice. No. I don't even know. I don't know. I feel like I'm not consistent with the voices I give characters. I just open my mouth and whatever comes out in that moment is what comes out. Dino dollar. Man, I don't even care about these dino dollars. I found Hector. This is so awesome. Oh. A sandy donut. What does a donut do? Circular bread with a hole in it. Heals 60% of heart. Okay, kind of awesome. Man, what even is the point of digging anymore? I already got, like, the creme de la creme. Ugh, I really don't want to fight these little goobers. No! Oh, a sandy donut. Oh, dear favorite. Hey! Kind of real. Kind of real and true. Well, Mori's, like, out of juice, low-key. Bye? Oh, Kyrie, are you leaving? Goodbye, Kyrie. Have a great day. Oh, yeah. Well, he missed! Okay, whatever. I guess as long as he did damage to one of them. Smack! Not like leaving? Oh. ... Okay, well then I redact my statement. You stay here, buddy. They went broke after gambling all. It's kinda real. My goodness, so much EXP in this Dino Dig area. Dino dollar. Dino dollar. Dollar's out the wazoo. Another spoon bites the dust. I want to like try to get to another higher floor. I just like want to know it's up there. $6 dino dollars. Oh, I could have done that to begin with. $10 dino dollars. Do I have $10 dino dollars? I have 11. Okay. Give me the big spoon. Yeah, give me the biggest spoon you have. Oh, wait, didn't you want one? Aw, nuts. I'm $1 dino dollar away from a silver spoon. Oh, I was gonna give him $1, but I guess I can't. I guess I can't help anyone out. You're dino dollar rich? I'm so dino dollar rich. Alright, give me the floor too, please. Give me that. I wonder if enemies can drop keys as well. Or if it's like an exclusively a dig thing. Okay, chocolate? Dino dollar? Oh, wait, hold on. I want... I'm gonna make sure everyone's juice is up. Have some peach soda. Alright, looking good. What? Wait, Hector's family is still here. Ramen. Lovely. I'm glad they're still here. Fries? Okay. Swag. Ugh. The porcupine is cute, but I don't know. I think the bunnies are really peak. Nothing against the porcupine. But I don't think you can beat a bunny with like a little food item on his head, you know? Oh my god, bread! My goodness. Hot dog. I'm gonna dig this whole area before I can even move on. No! Okay, whatever, you're cute. Smack! Are you dead? Surely you're dead here. 57! Oh, you're so close. Turn that bunny into bread. Amoy acquired bread. Oh yeah. Slice that bunny into bread. It's really unfortunate when you don't have buns and then you have to use bread. Ancient code? What? Is that a toy? Is that important? Oh, it is! A mysterious code? What could it mean? Oh my god, is this lost? Shit! 2, 3, 3, 5. But the 5 is funny. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this saying this counts as 4 instead of 5? So is it actually 1, 2, 2, 4? I have no idea. I figure I'll probably see some lines and then I'll understand it better. Hey yo! Sheesh! Lost mention. I need a pyramid key. Have I just been doing really bad at guessing? Dino dollar? Dino dollars? You think the ancient code is about dino dollars? I have $4. It's not enough to buy boba, huh? Interesting. Key! Oh my god, please don't attack me. No! Okay, whatever. I love the multiple target fellas. Cling, 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 cling. Sheesh. Oh, you're both low. Chomp. Oh, man. Miss! Bro! Please lock in. You were supposed to turn them into bread. Aww. So cute. I love swinging my bat in happiness. 100 clams! Oh my god, and some levels up. Well, let's feed you. Fully heals a friend's heart? That's crazy. That's crazy that spaghetti is like the ultimate heal item. Eat some ramen. And then you have some candy. Alright. Looking good. Spaghetti is good? I mean, spaghetti is good. Don't get me wrong. I love spaghetti. But like as an ultimate heal, I don't know. I think my ultimate heal would be like rice. The hell? Eh? What am I? Who are you? Girl, I don't know. What is your name? It is pretty. This looks like a different game. This reminds me of like Yoshi's Island. Oh. Celery and cilantro. Not even like celery kid. Just like straight up a piece of celery. That's kind of awesome. Do you guys have the gene that makes cilantro taste like soap? I do not have that. I feel like people who have that are just like messing with me. Like there's no way that this vegetable tastes like soap to you. I don't know. I'm skeptical. Cilantro contemplates life. Okay. Well. Man! See, that just sounds so goofy. Like, it kind of reminds me of when people are like... I don't know. Like, do you remember that Tumblr post that was like... that condition where it's like, yeah, I have naturally purple eyes, and I don't have periods, and I don't have hair on my body except for my head and my eyebrows. Do you guys remember that? I forgot what it's called. But it was just like a made-up medical condition that people would say that they have. I feel like that is what the cilantro soap gene is for me. Hi, the gate. Hello, hello. Celery man. Raise bait. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I forgot. Pyramid key. Yo. Just go right to the next area. I kind of want to see what these are. Yo. Sprout bunny. That is very cute. Been a while since I tuned into one of your streams. How's it going? It's going so good. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I'm having a great time. I really like this game. I have rage bait syndrome. I have to look it up. But it was like a real thing that was like going around on the internet that people just made up. Not having periods is concerning. Yeah. Then I wonder if I can... If I look up purple eye condition... Eye inflammation. That's Alexandria's Genesis. Alexandria's Genesis. You guys, does anybody remember this? An internet myth about perfect human beings whose eyes turn purple during infancy. And it was just all over like Tumblr and Reddit. Like, did you guys hear about this? Did you guys know about this? I don't know. They're asking. No, literally. No, literally. I see it close to the end. I am, I think. I think perhaps. I do feel like I progressed quite a good amount. I look, you don't know what a cilantro is. Similar to parsley. I'll leave that punches you. I think it's usually used as like a garnish. Like, it's not the type of vegetable where people are like, oh, do you want a side of cilantro for dinner? I think it's kind of more like rosemary. Or like, I don't know, basil. Or it just goes on top of stuff. But some people have a gene where it, like, tastes really bad. But I think they're lying. Oh, the ginger is low-key healing itself. You want me to be a sprout bunny too? Yeah! Put a little sprout on your head. Put a little sprout on your head. I'm sure there's room. Oh, I don't know what to do about the ginger if it keeps healing itself. I guess we can reduce its defense. Gamble all. Yo, good job, good job. Oh, thank goodness. Sprout Bunny feeds Sprout Bunny. Wait, was the Sprout Bunny the one healing? I thought it was the ginger. Maybe I've been targeting the wrong one this whole time. Oh well. Surely he doesn't survive this. I'm back! Welcome back! Gambling where? If you do exclamation point gamble, and then you can pick like however many points you want to gamble, or if you're crazy, you can just gamble all. You know, we like gambling around here. I was in the casino part of this game for multiple hours, I think. Yippee! Gamble 1%. Sheesh! If you would have gambled all, then you would have won that, surely. My goodness. I'm leveling up. This area low-key feels like a trap for making you grind. Bam, bam. Gamble 50. Oh, it's so over. Whoa, this one is pink. Why are these realistic animals? Like, they're not even in the minimalist? They're not even in, like, the minimalist style. Like, this is just straight up a real bunny. Let me find this real bunny. Oh, wait, this is so awesome. Why are you here? Look at that. That's how you do it. Good job, good job. Good job. Rabbit. Huh. That is so weird. No, Kyrie, like this. Gamble all, and then you lost everything. Like a chud. It's so over. It's so over for you. Wait, can I wanna know what the rabbit looks like happy. Oh. It's just glowing. it's just glowing. Bam, bam, bam. Let's go gambling. All in. Yo, good job, good job. Such a good gambler. You wanna say like a chud? Oh, sorry. Is that too real? Does extra damage to happy foes. Okay. Get rid of this. You could tickle the bunny. That's probably helpful. How do you tickle a bunny? You just kind of like blow on his ear. It's so fussed over. Okay, well don't say fussed over, because that makes it sound like I'm the chud. What is a chud? I actually don't know for sure. So maybe that's like really mean. But the way I understand it is like a little goofball. Like you're just kind of sucking. Opposite of Chad. Chad is just like a dump. Yeah, that's how I understood it. A dumb. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna turn this bunny into bread. Oh my god, bunny bread. Sheesh. Oh. I don't want Kel to kill him. Maybe I'll just heal everyone's juice a little bit. Bam, bam, bam. Mango smoothie. Bam, bam, bam. Rabbit can't get happier. Aw, that's nice. I'm glad the rabbit's happy. Rabbit winks at Hero. That's awesome. Yippee! 5,000 EXP, 750 clams. Wow. These guys really give you a lot. Okay, I want to see what the chicken looks like. Oh, I already saw a rabbit. I don't really want that. Give me the chicken. Chicken? Oh, wait, the chicken was way easier. Interesting area. Okay. Combo meal. Yo, that's pretty good. No! Wait, I want to know how far you can get. Big spoon down. That's game over. I think he said there's 5 levels, but maybe I'm misremembering and getting confused with the casino. Did you find a lot of cool treasure? I hope you enjoyed your dino-tastic adventure. Ozzy's not a chud. Take it back. Well, he's like a little bit of a dummy. There is 5? Okay. Misremembering. Huh? Nice to meet you. Do I have $10? Shit! I feel like I need more than 20. Let me in there. What the? Oh my god, sorry. You're not supposed to be listening. You're supposed to be sleeping because it's like 4 a.m. I feel like you're not helping your case. Surely a little bit doesn't count. Oh. Well, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Much to think about. Only half chudded up? I'm pitying that. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying for us. Okay. If you were a key... I think he was here last time, right? Okay, that's popcorn. Oh. Maybe here? Bread. Dino dollar. Oh, man. Ah! Oh, I need to get my juice back. I need Mari for real. No! There's one pretty good chud game in the darknet? Oh. I don't really know what that means, Kyrie. I don't think I'll be frequenting the darknet, though. Dino Dollar. Why is this one already dug? Do you keep your keys? Okay, I guess not. Maybe here? Darn it. I'm spending too much time digging around. If you have 20 digs and there's 5 levels, I feel like you have to get pretty lucky. I think I already dug like 7 times. So I'm like, I've already used like half of my digs. I'm still on floor 1. Dino Dollar. Don't! Wait, can I run? Oh, I can. That feels a little lame, but I'm on a mission. Nachos. Dino Dollar. Okay, whatever. Hell's ball bounces everywhere. Get him! Get him, get him, get him! Slithers around gleefully. I would be a strawberry snake. Slithering around gleefully. That's kinda cute. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, thank goodness. Kel grew to level 39. At least the more I do it, the easier it should get. But I guess the more these kids level up, the stronger they'll get. And then eventually I'll just one-shot them. What you? Dino Dollar. No! Yunch! Oh, I did not mean to pass it to Hero. That's fine though. Why did I put that at 4 energy instead of 3? Maybe it's something I'm holding? You're so little. Turn into bread. Bun bunny. Interesting to have a bun with lettuce on it. And like, that's your whole sandwich. Bread is right there. Oh my god. Bread is right there? Oh. Like we should just... we should just take it off of his little noggin. Ah, where am I? Who are you? I feel like this has to be significant. Some oranges. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with that little dude, but... seems like something. Vegan girls make too. But not even... not even like some tofu. Not any other veggies, just one singular piece of romaine lettuce. Maybe it's iceberg lettuce. Okay, what is a tomato? He has 100 heart and 50 juice. Yo, that's kind of nice. All right, guys, start drinking stuff. Your juice is looking a little sus-fo today. Man, I really want to get to the top. This feels like I'm wasting my time, but like, what if the top is so awesome and cool? Like, surely it's so awesome and cool. Yes. Okay, maybe before this one, I'm gonna put my coffee cup in the sink. BRB, oh, what good timing. I'm gonna take an ad break. I'm gonna take an ad break, and you're gonna BRB, and everybody else get some water or something. Get some water or something. Baby sensory sheesh. Funky veggies live. Why did this one looks different? Let's try the veggies. We always go for the fruits. The music's a little different. Away. Okay, I'll be right back. Kyrie, I'm so sorry. Not an excellent day to gamble, I suppose. Huh? Sorry, I'm back. I was reheating leftovers and it took a little longer than I expected. I hope you like the veggies. I don't know. I don't know. Do you like the fruit better or the veggies better? I think the fruits are more colorful, but I like the shapes of the veggies. I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty good. Hi, great. Hi, Chico-kin. I hope you're having a lovely day. Happy Tuesday. What are you guys up to? Did you guys get a snack too? Ugh. I had spaghetti for dinner last night. And since there's spaghetti in the game, I was like, yo, that looks low-key awesome. Oh my god, look, there you are. Oh my god, look, there you are. Say hi. Okay, give it that. We're ready to dig. But yeah, I was like, all this talk of spaghetti makes me want to eat my leftovers. So that's what I got. I love pasta, yo! Me too, me too. What's your favorite kind? I think my favorite type of pasta is chicken parmesan. But I like when the noodles are shells. That's pretty peak. Mm. I know. I also like shells and cheese. Like in mac and cheese. I don't know. Mac and cheese with shells goes crazy. Okay. My favorite type of pasta is the yummy pasta. Okay. Now what does yummy pasta mean to you? Are we talking like red sauce or white sauce or like scampi or other pesto? What other sauce is there? I don't know. Any pasta? All? Really? Oh. I don't know what my favorite would be. I think my least favorite is probably white sauce, but it depends. I don't know. I'm just not much of a garlic enjoyer, and I think Alfredo sauce or like white sauce is usually pretty garlic heavy. There's some situations where it's good though. It really just depends. Not the thermal one. Thermal paste? What flavor do you think thermal paste is? It's like kind of gray, which is unfortunate. But what if it tastes like, I don't know, like berries? What, carbonara? What is carbonara? I can like visualize it in my head, like it's like a creamy situation. But I don't really know what it's made out of. Is it like cheese? I like white sauce more, but I like all pasta. That's so valid. That's so valid. I don't think there's any pasta where I'd be like, ew, I don't want that. Ew, yuck. Unless there's like something crazy in it. I guess I'm not a mushroom enjoyer. But even so, I don't know. I feel like you could just pick around it. But like the noodles themselves, pretty awesome. Carbonara is usually what we have, I think. Carbonara is made of egg yolks, and it also has bacon. Oh. It's a sauce made of egg yolks? Does it... Isn't that what mayo is made of? Isn't mayonnaise like eggs and cream? Is carbonara just mayonnaise? I love the mushrooms. I don't know. It's been a while since I tried a mushroom, so I feel like I'd have to eat one to just like make sure. But I don't think I really like mushrooms that much. Oh, man, I am not getting lucky. I want a pyramid key. I need... I need to get to the top of this pyramid. Oh, it's a food pyramid. I forgot. So, like, grains are at the bottom. And then the next level is veggies. What was the pink? Is that supposed to be, like, fat? It's been a while since I've seen a food pyramid, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like when I was in school, they changed it from a food pyramid to a food plate. And I don't know. I feel like they changed it a bunch, so I never really remember what the different layers are. Definitely not mayo. Becomes like cream, but it's not really. Is it like more liquidy? I do remember watching an episode of Hell's Kitchen. And they were, I don't know, I think Gordon Ramsay has like a good carbonara recipe or something. Because they make that one a lot on that show. But there was like one issue where somebody was trying to make carbonara and it turned into like scrambled eggs. So that makes sense. That is like egg yolks. Man, I'm tired of fighting. It's nice that people are level 40 though. Hero's almost to 40 too. Oh my god. It was in the one that I was already in. Man. Okay, get me out of here, please. Bum, 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 bum. I don't even know how many holes I dug. Too many. Pyramid key! Shit! Okay, so this is the veggies. I like that the wall is made out of carrot. I would munch on that. I love carrots. Okay, this must be like meat. I thought the pink was like sweet stuff. But there's bones and stuff. I think I think we're just walking on raw meat. And that makes sense why there's realistic animals. We don't really eat rabbits where I live. I guess there's some people that do. Like people who like hunting. Will like go hunt rabbits and make rabbit stew. But like I've never personally known anybody who did that. When I went to France, I went to a grocery store and there was like rabbit meat there though. Or I guess it's more common in other places. You can run and gun. Maybe this is snack time. Everyone's health is a little low. Yippee! Snacked up. This rabbit is quite tinky. Bam, bam, bam. 259? That's gotta be pretty good. Oh wow. Why is Bunny Loki killing Hero? Interesting. Well, I guess Hero can heal himself. Get him! I wonder if this is a stock photo of a bunny. Or if the people who made this game like like had to go find a bunny to take a picture of. Hero grew to level 40. Sheesh. Lovely. Pizza slice. Combo meal. These are not looking like pyramid keys. Dino pasta? I don't think I've even seen that before. Pasta shaped like dinosaurs. Fully restores a friend's heart. Oh, wait. Spaghetti was like that too. I guess all the pasta options fully restore your health. It's kind of cute. Hero eat donut. Kel as well. Okay. Dino melon soda? What? Are they just putting animals in front of regular other things to make them meat themed? Melon soda in a dino-shaped bottle. Okay. Whole chicken. Pyramid key! No! I need to see the last layers. It'd be dairy and fat, right? I need to be in the dairy room. Get me in there. Gimbal all. Oh, Kyrie, no! This is so sad. Okay. Surely this time. This is a sign for me to go to eat, I guess. Oh no! Let me tuck you in. You get nice and cozy and have the sweetest dreams ever. I wonder if the keys are in the same spot every time. I feel like in the veggie room it was in the same spot. Okay. I guess it was just lucky. Please. Please give me the key. Dino Tuck. Dino Tuck. Do you want that? Hold on. StreamElements.com. You still have key from last one? Wait, really? It carries over? I thought you just lost it. I didn't know it was like that. Okay, let me go to my tuck command. Dino Tuck. Okay. Alright. You should be able to use Dino Tuck now. Check when you can. Can you check? Oh. I didn't know. Wait, this is excellent news. Ah! Bro. I just saved you. You did just save me. I would have lost so many digs. Dino Tuck? Oh. It didn't work. Oh, sorry. I didn't save. Try again. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Try again. Try again. Try again. Wait, why are you tucking Azu? Is Azu going to bed too? How's level 40? Let's go. Okay. Get out of the bread room. Dino pasta. Red fruit juice. Is that not just beer? I'm not. What the? Oh. Well. Maybe I'll just like put a blanket on you. Like to get cozy. Oh my god, 16 months! That's so many months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And an upside down and a lurk. Wow, why? Why do you want me to go upside down if you're not even gonna be here? You just want that vibe, huh? Okay. Okay, I'll go on the ceiling. Honeycomb can go on top of chat. Sorry, yeah, one second. Okay, and then here. Oh, my ears are kind of touching the honeycombs, but you know that's fine. We like honeycombs around here. Surely final strike is a good idea. Please. Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Yeah! Yeah! Goodbye, cilantro. Goodbye, Sprout Bunny. Okay. Lovely. Level 41. Very lovely. Prune juice. That sounds horrible. Oh. Oh, in the past I've gotten so lucky by getting the keys pretty instantaneously in this level. No! I do not want to fight a Sprout Bunny. Goodbye. Man, there's so much there's so many items. Like, I feel like I didn't even get enough dino dollars to get another big spoon. Sigh. Waffle, thank you for the 40 streak. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so lovely of you. Okay. Sick choice. I hope you find lots of treasure. Thanks, Brett. You know, this might not be working out for me, but at least Brett is supportive. Why do I have 5,000 clams? I thought I had like 3,000. Am I finding clams in Dino Dig? Is that real? I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what's going on at all. I'm gonna move the honeycomb slightly over here. There we go. Thank you for the work! Shout out to all my lurkers. You guys are awesome. You guys are swag. It'd be even more swag if I found the pyramid key. Get out of here. I can't even move past you. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. Bam, bam. Slithering around happy. Sigh. Okay. I don't know. I feel like if I don't get to the top, then I'm missing out on part of the game. But I also don't particularly want to do this forever and ever, you know? I wish there was a way to get more sticks. Or if I could take like multiple spoons or something. Yippee! The reward is so worth it? Okay. Okay, I trust you. Ugh. And I guess it's like a cute area. And the music is kind of fun. I don't really like the fights, but the enemies are pretty cute too. It could be worse. Tomato. Dino dollar. No! Dino dollar. Banana smoothie. That sounds so good. I mean, oh my god, pyramid key. And I do have a lot of snacks, if nothing else. Speaking of, Amori's pretty low on juice, huh? Okay. I like that the chicken runs away. Thank you, Fossil? Oh. A fossilized thank you card. Okay. I think I got something else here too. I don't remember what it was though. Oh, the ancient code. Code and fossil. I thought there'd be a lot more, like, items that were not food items. Ah! Wait, did running away not work? Oh. I didn't know you couldn't run away sometimes. Meow, meow, meow. Kill's ball bounces everywhere. Oh, I wish Aubrey went first. So Amori would be happier than that rabbit is angry. But that's okay. You can do it! Oh, I should have done Kel. He's a little lower. That's okay. Miss! Oh my goodness. I guess I should be careful. Ain't no way I'm dying to a rabbit. I wonder, surely the rabbit counts for like the bunny counter thingy. The train station. I don't know why it wouldn't. Ah! She's toast. Does that mean I go back to the start? Or is it only if Amori is toast? Ouch. Do I have something that attacks first? This one. That's good. Oh, thank goodness. Wow, that's a lot of EXP. And a lot of clams. And a lot of levels. Wow, I have so many fish tacos. Go crazy, go stupid, No! Couldn't get away. I wonder if I can't get away from the rabbits. Guess they're strong. Get him! 468, oh my. 468 and he didn't even die. Ugh. Oh wow. I didn't know that healed like 100. That's pretty good. Wow, these rabbits are so goofy. I think this is a snack time. Go, 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 go. Tired of this, Grandpa. At least, I guess if nothing else, at least they winked. That's pretty cute. Wow, you're so low. Is Grandpa here? No, Grandpa's not here. But we have children now. We're taking care of look, we have a veggie kid. Yeah, we're a papa now. And then we also have Hector Jr. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is fatherhood. Maybe the move is to keep the keys in your pocket and then waste the rest of your things if you know that you can't get any further. I think that makes sense. Hector had a baby? Yeah. We found Hector in a sand pit. And we were like, Hector, you can finally come back with us. And he was like, I would love to, but unfortunately, I have a family now. I can't come with you. But then his kid was like, I want to come with you. And so that's the way it is now. Did I just buy a silver spoon? I don't even know. Oh, I did. Slay. Bro has a whole family. He's really grown up a lot. in the time that we've been away. Oh, I'm getting clams from fighting the enemies. I was like, how am I getting so rich from this? I forgot the enemies drop clams. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Okay. Get me in there. BM, nom nom, eat food. Hope your food is so good, huh? Look. Look, here's Hector. Hector Jr. You be good, okay? Don't forget your family. We're always here for you. Hope that next time we meet, you'll have flourished into a wonderful polished rock. And then this is the hole that he came out of. So, pretty awesome, I think. Lurk, thank you for the link. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I think I have been going about this the wrong way. I think if nothing happens this time, maybe I will just collect keys. Keep them in my pocket. It'll take a while, I think, but I think I have an idea of how to do it. Get! Do not want vegetables. Get that out of here. Oh man. You're kind of blocking my path though. Whatever. I'm tired. I'm tired of playing Dino Dig. Swan gets by a ginger. It's true. Look at its stupid face. They're not even dying. They're not even dying. I'm gonna go crazy. And it's healing itself. Ugh. Ginger finds inner peace. Shut up. I hope you lose it. I hope you lose it and it sucks real bad. You missed the Hector pregnancy arc? It's true. We had an unwanted pregnancy. You know how it goes. Okay. 700 clams. God. Here, Mickey. Okay, how many digs do I have left? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna try. That's messed up. Wait, it is? Wait, why is that messed up? I'm just being realistic. Hector Jr. was an accident? Well... I think so. Whoa! Boom. What happens? What happens if you hang the man? Since I already won, am I like immune? What if like I lose the game? Oh, at the end of a map. Oh. I would be so upset if it was like, oh, you got the hanged man, you have to start the game over. It'd be kind of funny though. Hector needs to learn how to lay it down gently. Well, I think he did. I don't think that it's the gentleness that's the issue. I think it's maybe just the whole situation. You hope he loses his inner peace? Yeah, he was in my way, dog. Get him out of here. Look, he can't hang the man on this route. Well, what happens if I keep getting the letters? Well, are they playing it like the nice rules where like after the whole man is complete, they're like, oh, we're adding an eye, and we're adding some ears and a hat. And it's like more than it's possible. There's some areas locked away. What do you mean locked away? What? Okay, maybe I will play this game again. That's kinda messed up. I think they should let me 100% the game in one go. Sigh. Stupid rabbits. Ayo! NG plus. NG plus. That looks like a periodic table element. What is NG plus? Special salt ion. This whole fights and everything on the other place? New Game Plus? What is New Game Plus? What does that mean? Is it like genuinely that different of a route? I thought it would just affect the ending. I didn't know it affected where you can go. Yes? Huh. I didn't even know it was that type of game. And what you were most likely going to go to? After Basil's house. I don't even know what that means. No, it's not just an ending. It's really a whole different route. At what point? At what point did it start becoming a different route? Everything seemed to be progressing like naturally. I don't know. Is it like is it like pretty early on? It's like, all right, you did something. You did something. Now it's a different game. That's so crazy. You made it go to Orange Oasis. I mean, I would have gone to Orange Oasis anyway. I had it unlocked. I just wanted... I just wanted to deliver stuff from the mole colony. It's not super early on, but yeah, something like that. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Man, I'm gonna like play this game again, hoping to like do different stuff, and and I'm just gonna end up playing the same game because I don't know at what point it was different. Huh. I will draw you losing to a... Yo! I never lost to a Sprout Mole. At least I don't think I did. Did I? I don't think that's real. I eat Sprout Moles for breakfast. Killed Grandpa equals evil route. It didn't seem like there's any other way. Huh. Interesting. Thank goodness. Yo, look at that EXP. Sure. Wow, we're leveling up like crazy folk today. Okay, I guess it was worth it. Do I have a pyramid key? No, I don't. I'm cooked. I don't know how many digs I have left. Oh my god, there it is. I think I'm just gonna... I hate these rabbits, bro. I'm gonna die to some rabbits, and then it's gonna be so cooked. No, we can guide you once you give permission. Okay. That would be nice, I think. Permission to nuke Azu, and permission for Azu to nuke Oza. Like just spanning my whole chat? What is up with you guys and wanting everyone banned? You got it. Is it our first time on the next floor? Yeah, but I'm low-key... I think I'm just gonna let my shovel break so that the next time I go in, I like start with the key. Because I don't think I can just naturally get 5 keys out of 20. I think I need it to carry over. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like that has to be the move because I don't know how else I'm gonna get to the top. Also, I'm dead as hell. Surely the rabbits don't kill anyone before snack time procs. Losing the rabbits, by the way. Oh my days, you're on fraud watch. I'm not losing. God. I'm just, like, tired of it. Does it work that way? Lucky the next floor won't have much digging. It won't? Shoot, I don't know how many digs I have left. I don't know. Is there a way to check? I don't know. What if I eat this rotten milk? Surely that helps. This game kind of looked like the battle pass. Shit! This game kind of is the battle pass if you think about it. Ouch! Oh yeah, we're eating chicken. Everything's fine. And they're still so healthy. Man. You guys know that Looney Tunes character who's like always trying to hunt rabbits and like hunt Bugs Bunny? I think I'm understanding him. I think I understand why he was crashing out over the rabbits so hard. Oh, I meant to pass out the hero. Oopsies. Back I am. Yo, what kind of snack did you get? I hope it's so yummy. Oh my god, and then a lift. Ah. I'm rage quitting and I'm going to the store. Man. Oh wait, this one's low. If you whiff it, I'm gonna go crazy. Wait, maybe I tickle this rabbit. I saw a silly card game on Steam yesterday, and I thought, this is only on my page because Frost. Oh, wait, really? Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it Slay the Spire 2? I think you should purchase that one. I love card games. Pizza? What flavor pizza did you get? Sheesh. Go stupid. Oh, sorry. Go crazy. Go stupid. Going crazy. Ah, going stupid. Ah. Putting this rabbit in a trebuchet. Launching it to the moon, bro. Oh, he's still not dead. Not dead. Low on juice. Please. 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 This will surely help. Okay, does anybody know how many digs I have? Slay the Spire! There's also a strange one called Pluto that just came out. Looks kind of spooky, like that Inscription! Yo! Inscription is so good. Ah. There's truly nothing better than a card game. Alright. Surely I've got a few digs left. Oh! This one must be the fats. Why is there a chicken here, though? Ooh. 5 left. I think... I don't know. If I was a betting man, I'd say I probably have like 1 dig left. Fight it? Fight the chicken? Okay. Oh, I should have juiced up first. Look like this is something missable. Should I give advice? Yeah. You can give advice. Sheesh. Look at all those clams. Chicken ball. I don't really want that, actually. I don't think... I think the chicken can keep its ball. Oh. Got an achievement for that. Oh, you got it? Yep. It's the evil chicken of yore. I feel kind of bad. He went down so easily. Max speed kill? Oh, but I can't... Is it a weapon? I can't take away Hector Jr. Oh, it is a weapon. A chicken ball. What else would it be? I don't want a chicken ball. Give me the chicken ball and make it into nuggets. Do you think it's big enough? I feel like it's the size of a nugget. You can have like chicken, like you know how they make bacon bits that you can sprinkle on stuff. You're just gonna make chicken bits. 3 tilt speed, chicken ball. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. It's not. Is that better than a coconut? I don't know. I feel like having higher attack is nice. Oh, but I guess with the running gun that would be good, huh? Running gun's gonna go crazy? Okay, okay. I see the vision. Now please pick a number between 1 and 5. Tiny nuggies. Dunk that chicken like Shaq. What does that even mean? 3? 3? Oh, okay. Right at the top. Ugh, guys, this is watermelon juice. Oh, my shovel didn't break. Okay. Somebody else. Somebody else pick a number. You guys whiffed. You guys whiffed it. I'd really hate to lose here. 2 point... Okay. Okay, sorry. I guess you're technically right, but I should have specified integers. Little freak Bob. 5? 1? Okay, I'm gonna trust Awa, because low-key Azu already whiffed it. Snow cone ticket? I already have one of those. Wait, I still have digs left? Whole pizza? You guys! Sigh. You guys suck at gambling. Big spoon down. I need to make it to the top. Or is that the top? Was that 5? There's... It didn't look like there was a door, but... Surely there's something more there, right? Or is it just the chicken ball? See, there's bread, veggies, meat. Wasn't it just bread, veggies, meat, and then sweets? Wait, Where's the fifth one? I had a dream last night, and Foss and Mick were in it. How strange, I say. Real people don't normally appear in my dreams. Oh, wait, really? What did we do in your dream? I dream about real people all the time. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've had dreams about my streamer friends before. But that's so sweet. I love being in people's dreams because it's like, I exist even when I'm not there, you know? And that's how you become immortal. That was the top? You got the big item? The chicken ball was low-key missable. Oh wait, that's it? I did it? It was worth? Alright. Well, I got a letter X. I got an ancient code. A snow cone ticket, which I guess I have 2 of those now. And a thank you fossil. So that was a lot of stuff. That's cool. Okay, now I need to save immediately. I'm not doing that again. I said 2? Oh. Surely 2 would have been something awesome. Okay, where's my sister? Where's my sister? I'm nervous. Chicken balls are the friends we made along the way. Ew. I don't want to be friends with a chicken ball, bro. That just doesn't listen to me. First the lipstick, now this? What? I listen to your lipstick opinions. Oh my god, sister, hi. The chicken tries to run and never responds, so yeah, you got it? It never responds! Yo. That's kind of awesome. Okay. Lovely. Now please let me save. We were #adventurers. We are on a quest to investigate why a well dried up. Then we perished to a large flaming ghoul. I normally perish in 99% of my dreams. I think I've only perished in a few of my dreams. Usually I'm being threatened. But I think it's... I don't know. That sounds really intense. Usually it's like empty threats. Well, that sounds cool until the second half. Chicken Ball is an amalgamation of all our friends we made along the way. Oh, that's so awesome. Yo, this guy has a quest. I hope you want a thank you card. Wait, how do I talk to you? Hello? I'm a chicken ball. I'll see myself out. What? I thought you were a camel being milked. And also a bun bunny. And also a sprout bunny. And also a cat girl. And also a slime girl. I didn't know you were also a chicken ball. My perishing is the moment I wake up. Oh. Have you ever had a dream where you perished, but then like you keep dreaming? Like you're like watching over yourself or something? In my dreams, I'm usually playing games, and it makes it confusing because I do that when I'm awake too. That is crazy. I've had dreams like that though. I've had dreams where I'm like on Discord, which is kind of embarrassing to say out loud. But like I've definitely had dreams where I'm like talking to people on Discord, and then I wake up and I was like, did that conversation happen? And the answer is usually no. What piece of your flesh will you attribute to the chicken ball? Ooh. You can have all the fat that's over my abs. So that my abs are visible. I've been training them and I want to see them. So you can have that. When I was younger, I used to have those dreams that never ended. Like those wake up again but into another dream thing. Ooh. I've only had that when I lucid dream. Like I've lucid dreamed and been like, I have to wake up, and then I wake up and I'm in another dream. But I think that's only happened like twice my whole life. Not a very common experience. Random. My dreams are usually like I'm just hanging out with people or talking to people. Or alternatively, people are really mad at me. I don't know. Have y'all ever killed anyone in a dream though? No. No. I've had people threaten to kill me, but I've never killed anyone in a dream. At least that I remember. Its hitbox is right under the light bulb usually. You're so smart. Discord dreams? Yeah. I spend a lot of time on Discord, I guess. Absolutely yes? Really? My lucid dreams are terrifying. If I detect that I'm dreaming, it normally turns into a huge horror thing. I just replays my worst memories. That's terrifying. I guess you just said that. I don't know. I haven't lucid dreamed in a long time. Hold on, I'm gonna calm down because it's been plenty of time. We are not staying upside down forever. But yeah, one time I lucid dreamed, and it was like low-key boring. I was like, oh my god, I'm dreaming. Like I can do literally whatever I want. And then I was like, well, shoot, I don't even know what I want to do. Like there's nothing. Like I couldn't come up with anything. I like fumbled the bag. Truly a wasted opportunity. It's just the chia seeds trying to escape. Man. I hope it's fine that I ate so many chia seeds. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous that somebody said you're only supposed to have 2 teaspoons. Because I think I had like 8 tablespoons, maybe. Someone was trying to mess with my bestie, so I had to deal with them? Oh. I don't know. I think it's hard for my brain to visualize violence. Like I don't know. I don't I don't want to like be scary, but like I've had dreams where like people have put like guns to my head and stuff. But I genuinely don't think like I can't like imagine what that looks like. So my dreams just like aren't that violent. Or if they are violent, it's like I know what should be happening, but like I can't actually see it, you know? If that makes sense. One time I had a dream that I killed my sister accidentally. And that was pretty scary, I guess. Oh, one time I had a dream where this one person... It was somebody who I'd, like, never met. It was just this... It was this... I don't know. It was just this guy. And it wasn't, like, It wasn't a family member or friend. Like, it was just a dream person that I've never met before. And we were, like, walking in circles. And I, like... He was, like... dead. It was a dead person, and I was like walking him to the afterlife. And like we had such good conversations and we were holding hands, and it was like low-key kind of romantic. And then he was like, Faust, you can't come with me. You can't come with me. Like I have to go. But like thank you for accompanying me here. And I woke up and it was like I don't know, that was like maybe the saddest dream I ever had. I miss him. I don't know who that was, but I miss him. I don't know if it's revealing info, but like I said, more often than not, my dreams just end up being nightmares in the end. Very annoying. Aw, man, I'm sorry. That does really suck. That does really suck. I don't know if there's anything you can do to, like, help that. Maybe if you eat a berry before bed, you'll feel better. Or something sweet. OMG, I can eat sand! Bro, you're getting banned. I think you're fine with the chia seeds. At most your stomach might be a bit upset. Okay. Okay, my stomach feels fine, so I think we're good. I can do anything! What now? Yeah, that's so real. Indecision paralysis. Or wait, that's just decision paralysis, sorry. Was she Flynn's? Was she Flynn's? Flynn's from Genshin Impact? Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. We were just holding in hands and walking in circles. And then we got to like this big gate and he was like, you can't come with me. Like, it's my time to go. And I was like, but we just met. We just met and I like you so much. And it was... Hashtag sad. You never tasted sand? Sigh. We should have a group sand tasting. That would be fun, I think. This is so romantical and sad. I also miss your dreamy dream boyfriend. I know, what the heck? Kinda messed up. I don't know. I didn't know you could dream about, like, new people. Like, I always heard that you can't make up people in your head. Like, like if you're seeing people in your dream, it's like people you've seen before. But I don't know. I genuinely don't really think I have seen him before. I love Genshin so much. I played since 2022. Yo! I used to really, really, really be into Genshin. I actually have a Tartaglia signed print on my wall. I don't play it anymore though. I got a bit I don't know. I don't know. It got a little too repetitive. I got burnt out after Sumeru came out. Clip. What are you Whoa. What are you clipping? Oh, I wanted to get the eating sand together thing. Wait, that's kind of cute. You're like, oh yeah. Gotta hold everyone to it. Howdy ho, youngins. You don't mind doing me a favor? I need you to scratch an itch for me. It's on my bottom, so I can't really get to it. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point. Ugh. It's just absolutely killing me. Yo, what the hell? I don't want to do that. Let me look up the telescope. Got an autograph from Farina and Aether's VA. Yo! Sheesh! I'm not super familiar with Farina's VA, but I quite like Aether's. I quite like Mr. Aguilera. Do these telescopes mean anything? I feel like I looked through a lot of telescopes. Oh my god, wait, look at this little happy face. There's been so many telescopes. And I thought they were whimsical, but the other times I thought things were included in this game for whimsy, it low-key ended up being a quest item. So... please tell me if I'm supposed to be doing something here. Because I'm gonna crash out. I used to have a reoccurring dream about me snowboarding with a redhead girl I've never met. We were seemingly being romantic. I always thought it was really weird and strange. But now I've been in a relationship with someone with red hair up north for almost 5 years. Maybe it's a hashtag sign, Miss Faust. Yo! Wait, that's kind of awesome. I don't really want it to be a sign though, because like he died. I don't want a doomed yaoi, but it's not yaoi. What do you call it? Doomed heterosexual. It doesn't roll off the tongue as much. Check out this cat cactus though. I got a selfie with both of them. Sheesh, that's so awesome. I think that's just to mess around. Okay. I thought the hats were just to mess around too, but they ended up being ghosts. Ah! Yowie wear! Sheesh. I know, real for that. Doomed Heckem? Heckem? I never heard that. What does the gem or gem come from? The brightest flames burn out the fastest. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want my bright flame to live forever. Oh, I got a treasure map. X marks the spot. What? Oh, I already found this. I didn't even need the map. I just like did that hashtag naturally. Sheesh. Okay. Get this out of here. What was I doing? Oh, I gotta scratch a dino booty. And then I gotta go to the store to get slime materials and also kitty litter. Okay. Here you go. You scratched Scott's bottom. Ah, much better. Is that really it? Might be terminally online here, but you know how people call Het ships het slop? Well, some of them are not. Some are het gems because they're good. Oh, I've never heard of het slop. Wait, this is good to know. This is important information. I'll add that one to my vocab. Hey, you must be the kids who scratched my itch. What a huge relief. Here, take this. We actually have too many of these things. I'm sure they'll come in handy one way or another. A hard hat. Stay safe, kids. I really can't thank you enough. Wap, 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 wap. Maybe it's equipable? I have so many things. Oh. +6 defense. Boring. No point in having defense if you have a lot of health. I think I explored this whole oasis. Oh, I have not seen you. Legends speak of a pair of twins who guard the orange oasis under their watchful eye. It is said that they have the power to raise the dead, among other things. I don't know if there's much truth about these legends, but wouldn't that be interesting? Oh my god. We can bring Grandpa back. Captain Spaceboy and some of the pirates went off somewhere with great urgency. But me and my dude here decided to look for Captain Spaceboy's lost planet, Pluto. Where could he be? Pluto! Come out wherever you are. Oh, this area is still a bit bigger. Thought I was like done with it. What a strange online pattern. Sheesh. Oh well, this whole... Oh my goodness. Well, if there's a lot more, maybe that's a good stopping point. Oh my god. I'll I'll explain that later. Oh, here she is. Let's save. And then eat a luscious candy apple. For good measure. It is very strange, I guess, but you know, we need to have some token straights once in a while. That's so real. Sonia and Gangnam for real. Okay. Oh my god, Steam reveal. Sheesh. Wow. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you had a good time. I like that game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was digging around in the food pyramid for a long time, but it was worth it. We got a chicken ball, so you know, kind of freaking awesome. But yeah, thank you. I will not be live tomorrow, but I will be live to play Slay the Spire 2 some more on Thursday. And then I'll be live again on Saturday. It's gonna be a handcam stream, and I'm gonna make slime. So if you wanna get slimed, please come here on Saturday. Gulp, am I a token straight? I don't know, are you? I don't know, you could be. You could be. Maybe, perhaps. Rock and roll, so true. Thank you all. Here's a raid message if you want it, and then here's a sub raid message if you want it, and then let me find someone to raid. Have a good gay. Thank you so much. Wishing all of you the very best gays ever. Let's raid Hollow. It looks like she's on a be right back screen, but like that's okay. She can come back to us, and that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Oh, thank you for the bonk. Thank you. Oh my god, hi! Hi, Big Papa! I'm sorry, I'm ready out right now. But it's so good to see you. It's so lovely to see you. Goodbye, everyone. Make sure you show Howie some love. Bye.